Good morning. We're here for first appearance. My name is Judge Corbett.
Good morning, Your Honor. Can we call a case out of order?
We can. That would be Michael Maston. Let's go
Correct.
ahead and get initial statement read, and then we'll call that case.
Okay.
Is the court interpreter ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Do you have a copy of the script that I read?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you will truly and correctly translate English into Spanish and Spanish into English here today?
I do. For the record, Vanessa Vaglini, staff interpreter.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. This is your first appearance hearing. At first appearance, hearing is for three purposes and three purposes only. First, I will advise you of the charges filed against you and determine whether there are reasonable grounds to believe a crime has been committed and you are the person who committed the crime. Second, I will ask if you would like a lawyer to represent you. If you have already retained an attorney, let me know. If you would like to have your attorney present with you, we can defer this hearing to another day to allow your attorney the opportunity to be here. If you cannot afford an attorney and want an attorney appointed by the court, I will provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. When I say provisionally, that means you still have to qualify to receive the Public Defender's assistance, but the Public Defender will begin to represent you today. There's a $50 application fee for applying for the Public Defender's services. In certain instances, the court may require you to pay a reasonable value for those Public Defender services. The third purpose for this hearing is to review your bond status. In some cases, the bond set for you through bookend might be too high. In other cases, it might be too low. In some instances, it may be appropriate to impose certain conditions of pretrial release. Throughout this proceeding, know each of you has the right to remain silent. If you choose not to remain silent, anything you say can be used against you. In this regard, know there is an assistant state attorney in the courtroom here with me today, listening to everything that is being said, and everything you say is being recorded. So, please do not say anything about the crime itself. In the event I have a need to ask you questions, you may refuse to answer any question I ask. Finally, know you have the right to communicate with your family, friends, and with your attorney. Please keep these rights in mind as we go through this process. As your name is called, please step forward.
Atención. Esta es su audiencia de primera comparecencia. La audiencia de primera comparecencia tiene solamente 4 propósitos. Primero, informarle sobre los cargos presentados en su contra. Segundo, preguntarle si ya le está representando un abogado. Si ya contrató un abogado y este se encuentra presente, él será quien hable en representación suya. Si el abogado no se encuentra, usted tendrá la opción de proceder con su audiencia de hoy o posponerla hasta mañana. Si decide posponerla, será responsabilidad de usted contactar al abogado para hacerle saber que tendrá una audiencia. Nadie más hará esto por usted. Si desea proceder que sin su abogado, lo podrá hacer. Si usted no tiene abogado, le preguntaré si puede pagar uno. Si usted puede, tomaremos nota de eso y procederemos. Pero si no puede y califica, le asignarían provisionalmente la oficina del abogado de oficio para que le represente en espera de que usted llene una solicitud para estos servicios. Usted tiene derecho a que un abogado esté presente antes y durante cualquier interrogatorio. Tercero, si hay alguna objeción en cuanto a motivo fundado, se abordará inmediatamente. Por último, estaré revisando sus fianzas y otras condiciones de liberación para determinar si es necesaria cualquier modificación. Debe saber que si se le coloca hoy bajo libertad condicional, independientemente de si es directamente o como condición de su fianza, las condiciones anunciadas hoy aquí entran en efecto inmediatamente, aunque usted aún esté encarcelado. Durante este proceso tiene el derecho constitucional de permanecer callado. Si decide no permanecer en silencio, todo lo que diga podrá ser usado en su contra. Todo lo que se diga donde yo me encuentro y donde usted está también está siendo grabado. Está presente también un abogado de la fiscalía escuchando todo lo que se dice, así que no diga nada sobre el delito en sí. Recuerden sus derechos durante el transcurso de este proceso y pase al frente cuando se llame su nombre. Gracias. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Everyone please stand and raise your right hand and answer out loud.
Todos de pie, levantar la mano derecha, contestar en voz alta.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
¿Juran o afirman que todo el testimonio que rendirán será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
If you did not answer, remain standing. Otherwise, you may be seated.
Hey, I'm in this courtroom, but I'm trying to see if
Si
it's
no,
the right
si no
courtroom.
contestó,
That's
permanezca de pie. De lo contrario, puede tomar asiento.
Is there anyone remaining standing? If not, the record will reflect that everyone has answered affirmatively.
Si nadie más está de pie, constará en las actas que todos contestaron afirmativamente.
Very well. Now we will begin, and we can call that first case. I believe it's Michael Maston. Please step to the podium. All right, Mr. Maston, you are alleged to have violated the terms of your conditional release.
Hey,
Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you provisionally if you've not already had the public defender appointed in this case?
Okay, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear not one thing because people were talking. Can I please get a repeat of what just happened?
Mr. Maston, you are alleged to have violated the terms of your conditional release. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you in this matter if one has not already been appointed for you?
Okay, thank you so much. I haven't got a public defender on this case. I got 2 new cases on my while I violated my conditional release. So yes, I would need a public defender, please. Yes.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the public defender for you in this case. Looks like we're just here on the VOP this morning, is that correct? Not the new charges?
That's what it looks like. Let's see, he already has a bond on the petty theft of $5,000. And I thought it was the only other charge on.
All right, because you are alleged to violate the condition of your probation, sir, you're going to remain in custody on that violation.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other matters on this case?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused, sir. Step away.
Did you say conditional release supervision?
That's what I have on the paper.
I'm sorry, I probably, if that, I'm missing a lot of paperwork. If he's on conditional release supervision, then that, we don't get appointed to those type of cases. If it's probation, we do. I thought, or if it's conditional release, but, does anybody have the Department of Corrections website information showing?
It's a warrantless VOP.
Oh, it's just a VOP.
It's got conditional release written, but apparently it's a warrantless VOP.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. I just said I'm ready for you to sign. Yes, oh, there, I'm sorry. I was missing that. Done. All right, let's go ahead and call the Spanish cases. Is the interpreter ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, who do we have first?
Central, does Hardy County have any Spanish?
Hardy has 1 today.
Okay, go ahead and if all the locations would, call up your cases.
This is Jose de la Cruz out of Hardy.
Mr. Dela Cruz, you're charged with 1 count of battery causing bodily harm.
Señor de la Cruz está acusado de un cargo de agresión física que ocasionó daño corporal.
Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
¿Desea usted que le asignen la oficina de defensores públicos para esta causa?
Sir, would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on this charge?
Señor, ¿quiere que le asignen a los defensores públicos para que les representen en este cargo?
¿Cómo le puedo responder? Él es la que estuvo ofendiendo a más personas. Él me arrancó una cadena que traía puesta.
Permítame. I don't know how to answer. He was the one offending other people. He
Sir.
ripped and...
Don't talk about your case, sir.
Señor, no hable sobre su caso.
Okay.
Do you want to have a public defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
¿Quiere usted que se le nombre en el tribunal un defensor público para que lo represente en este caso?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, I will provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this matter.
Le nombraré provisionalmente la oficina de defensores públicos para que le representen en esta causa.
Okay.
I will find probable cause regarding the offense. Does either party have anything to submit in this regard? What's the,
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
you?
Nadie más, los abogados no tienen nada que comunicar en cuanto al motivo
No
fundado.
tengo familia, no tengo nadie acá.
Espere, no es para usted, señor.
All right, I'm going to impose a $1,000 bond, remain 500 feet away from the event location.
Bien,
Your weapon,
pondré una fianza de $1,000. Debe mantenerse a 500 pies de distancia del lugar de los hechos. No podrá portar armas.
no firearms,
No armas de
contact with
fuego.
the victim,
Ningún contacto con la víctima.
no alcohol, and no bars.
No alcohol y no bares.
No.
Your Honor, is this going to be under standard conditions of this charge?
Su señoría va a ser bajo las condiciones
Otherwise,
estándar
standard
para este
conditions.
cargo. Ok, y de lo contrario, las condiciones estándar se aplican.
Yes. All right, any other matters on this case?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
I do apologize. If we could recall Maston, I can waive his appearance since we were appointed. I've just looked him up on the computer screen, and he was sentenced to 60 months prison on all of these cases in July 28, 2023. So it's not a probation case. It's an F-Corps case. So we cannot be appointed on F-Corps cases. It's a correctional review, parole type situation. So I would just ask that, I know he's not here, but I should not let us be appointed to this if I had known this was an F-Corps case. And I think the F-Corps cases get earlier court dates also, so I would ask for an F-Corps court date on the Maston cases, because those are violation of condition release cases for parole purposes, not for, it's not an active VOP case, if that makes sense. I apologize, I'm still waking up. I just asked to be not appointed because I shouldn't allow that to happen.
Is he still available to be recalled?
South County, have you already taken Maston back?
He was sent back to housing.
All right, well, there was just a provisional appointment, so you should be able to resolve that
Okay, thank you.
effectively.
Hardy, call your next case to finish up on there.
This is going to be Michael Hendry.
Mr. Hendrick, you're charged with aggravated stalking, following, and harassing. Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor, I guess.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this matter.
Thank you.
I've reviewed the documents. I do find probable cause on this charge. Does anyone have any additional information to provide?
No, Your Honor.
I'm just trying to see what type of charge this was, Your Honor. I apologize, it's in my computer. I didn't print this out. Is it, I think it's an F3 or an F2.
I bet this one is an F3.
Okay, so if it's an F3, then the presumptive provisional bond is $5,000. I would ask for no more than a $5,000 bond on this if this is an F3.
Sir, do you have any objections, State? Anything else to add?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Sir, your bond on this charge is going to be $5,000. You are to have no contact with the victim. You're to abide by all of the terms of the conditions of your release should you post bond. And I'm going to add a monitor on this one.
Okay, Your Honor.
Any other matters? Then you're excused. I believe that concludes Hardy.
Yes, ma'am, that's it for today. Thank you.
We'll go to Highlands next. Go ahead and call your cases, Highland.
Matthew Dumpke. I don't have any Spanish speakers, just Matthew Dumpke.
All right. Just one case?
No, ma'am, 3 cases.
Okay. Mr. Dunkey, you are charged with 1 count of battery, domestic violence related, and a 2nd count of battery. Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you in this case?
No.
No? Do you have
No.
counsel? Do you have
I'll
private
get my-
counsel?
Yeah, I'll get my own private counsel.
So for just purposes of this morning, are you asking to have private counsel so that we'll set this off for tomorrow so that you have time to speak to your counsel?
No, I'm not asking for that.
Your Honor, Sanderson Public Defender's Office, he can go forward today without public defender on the case at all if he's going to hire a private attorney, and then if some reason it falls through later, he can always ask for public defender at a later time.
Right. So, sir, that means you're going to be, for this purpose today, proceeding pro se on your own until you hire that counsel, unless at some point you want to have the public defender appointed.
Okay.
Very well. All right, sir. Having reviewed this, I'm going to find probable cause in this instance. Does the state or public defender have anything to add on these charges?
No, Your Honor.
I would point out on the DV, he's charged with 1 count of DV battery and then 1 count of just a regular battery, which presumptive on a regular battery is usually $1,000. I would note that he and the alleged victim of the DV battery charge have the same address, so I would ask for 1 time with law enforcement to be able to get his stuff out of that house within 48 hours of his release, his personal belongings. Again, presumptive bond is normally $5,000 a DV. I would defer to the court as to what you think the bond should be on that charge.
All right, on the regular battery charge, sir, the bond's going to be $1,000. On the domestic violence battery, it will be $5,000. And you also are to remain 500 feet from the event location, no weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol, and no bars. And to the extent that you need to return to the home to get your belongings, you may do so within 48 hours, but you must be accompanied by law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other matters on this case? You are excused, sir. Step away.
Thank you. Jessica Smith.
Smith, you're charged with 1 count of possession of drugs, controlled substance without a prescription, 1 count of possession of drug equipment and/or use, and 1 count of obstructing justice, tampering with evidence in a criminal proceeding. Would you like to have the public defender appointed for you in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the office of the public defender on this matter. Having reviewed the documents, I will find probable cause in this case. Does either party have anything to add?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, on the possession of drugs, ma'am, you will have a $5,000 bond. The charge, the possession of drug equipment and or use, $1,000, and obstructing justice charge, $5,000. You are to have a curfew of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and mandatory drug testing at cost. Report to pretrial services immediately on posting any bond. Any other matters on this case?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step aside now.
Anthony Spencer, to bring back from yesterday.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. We were appointed on this case yesterday. I did have a probable cause challenge in all accounts. I have just recently received a new report from the state. I don't know if the court has that. Did you send it to the court? Anyway, there's a new report for the court review for probable cause on this case. I would point out that they don't have the language in there that I would require, that I would think would require probable cause. The court would need to read this, I guess, yourself. But it talks about, it doesn't put the 0.03%, it just says it field tested positive, so I don't know what test they used, but for the presence of marijuana with a high THC content. And then it says that twice, and then it says that another paragraph that was positive with the high THC content. That's all it says. It doesn't say what that THC content is. So I would maintain my probable cause challenge as to what a high THC level is, because they're supposed to put that language in there, and you've probably seen numerous affidavits, and it's not in this affidavit.
All right, State, do you have anything to add?
The state would argue that high THC content shows that there's probable cause for this. No further.
All right, for the purposes of the probable cause hearing, I am going to find probable cause on these offenses. Now, sir, you are charged with 1 count of drug equipment and possession. 1 count, felony count of possession of drugs, and a second felony count of possession of drugs with intent to sell. To see, he's already on bond on another offense, right?
Correct.
Correct. All right. Yeah.
No bond.
All right. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't hear what you said. You said no bond.
He's no bond on these charges, so
right.
I figured there might be something going on.
Yeah. So, sir, you're going to remain on a no bond hold, and on these charges, and you are on hold for other offenses as well.
Apologize.
Your Honor.
Please be quiet, sir. He's entitled to bonds on the new charges today, so I would ask that bonds be set. Regarding the new charges.
I'm sorry, I thought you said that he was on a no bond on the new charges.
Well, he is right now.
I understand. Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying. Yes, sir, so on the 3 new charges, that will be, these are all F1, 3s, right?
Intent to sell is an F2.
Intent to sell will be a $10,000 bond. The other 2 will be $5,000 bond, but you will remain in custody because of the bond, you being on bond for other offenses as well.
Is there like a case number for that one, or because I mean it would need to be on the record as to what's going on with the other case?
Case number 2606 000380 CFMA. Reference battery on Leo and resisting without.
Thank you. Do you happen to know if public defender's already appointed on that case?
Yeah, ma'am.
Sir, would you like to have the public defender provisionally appointed for you on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I will provisionally appoint the public defender on this case.
So, how about, what you said, these charges I have now? I had talked to my, Bell's Bundman, he said that he ran it through, the bonds or something like that, he said.
Sanderson Public Defender's Officer, you did not have bonds on these charges until just now. So there's no way, you just got bonds just now by the judge. So I don't know what you're talking about.
So I'm still able to bond out?
No, you're going to remain in custody based on you being on bond on the other charges.
How long would that be?
You'll have to take that up with your public defender.
So just for more clarification, I guess, so are you revoking, is he on pretrial release or bond on the other case?
Appears to be, based on the information I have.
Both of them or one?
Both. This is... Give us just a minute. That's not enough. That's in Highlands. We don't have Highlands County.
We don't have that info? Because usually, for the record purposes, is either the bond revoked or pretrial was revoked or both revoked, and then he's held no bond on that if that's what the court's doing, and just for the purpose of the record.
All right, yes, we'll revoke on those and hold you no bond status as to your other offenses in those other cases. Any other matters?
No.
Then you're excused. Thank you, sir. Step away. Does that conclude Highlands?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
South County will go to you. Go ahead and call your cases.
Kevin Clayton.
If you do send me the thing,
All right, Mr. Clayton. You are charged with 1 count of resisting arrest without violence. Would you like to have a public defender appointed for you on this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the office of the public defender. Upon review, I'll find probable cause in this case. It appears that you are also in pretrial release as to another offense. Case 24 CF 10096. So I will revoke your pretrial release on that, and you'll remain in custody on that offense.
okay, first, Sanderson Public Defender's Office.
Sure.
Is the court finding probable cause, I guess, for his resisting without violence charge first?
Yes, I
Okay,
did
and
that already.
is-
I'm going to get to the bond.
Okay, because that's usually done first. And then I was going to ask what the bond was and then talk about the other case later.
Okay.
I would just ask for a presumptive bond of $1,000.
Yeah, the bond in this case will be $1,000, sir.
And you said he's on pretrial release in another case. Of course, he's in jail. This occurred in jail. Let's see. Does he have an attorney on that case? My computer's not going quick today. I would just ask if he doesn't have an attorney on the 01096 case in our office, be appointed on that.
Sir, I'm going to appoint provisionally the Office of the Public Defender on your other open case to the extent that you don't have the appointment as well.
I apologize. He does have Raylan Corey Chastain on that 10096 case, so we don't need to be appointed. It just now came up.
Understood. So that leaves us at bond on the new charges, revoked on the other charges, and appointment only on the new charges. Correct?
Yeah, so he's no bond then on an
On
old
the old
charge?
charge, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're excused, sir. You all give me just one moment. I need to take care of something for Judy.
It's not working.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Bring him back.
Hey,
My computer's not working. Go ahead. Okay.
Sir, I also have you listed as subject to a detainer placed on ICE. So in addition to the no bond status on your other pending charges, you also have an ICE hold and will remain in custody in that regard. Okay, now you're excused.
next up, Felix Colon.
Give me one moment. I need to take care of something for Judy, and then we'll call that case.
Who was the next one, South County?
It was Felix Colon.
All right, Mr. Colon, you are charged with 1 count of resisting an officer without violence, 1 count of false identification given to a law enforcement officer, trespassing and failing to leave the property on order of the owner, and 1 count of robbery without a firearm or weapon. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to you on this case, or is this just a capias?
Yes.
I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in regards to these new charges. Do you have anything to add on the new charges, ma'am? Looks like we're also dealing with a capias. I will find probable cause on the new charges.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office, the robbery without a firearm weapon is labeled as a second-degree felony. Again, the bonds vary on this. I've seen him anywhere from 10,000 or higher. And he's also got pretrial release conditions on this by the arrest warrant. And I would just ask on the other cases that you just get the standard presumptive bonds of 1,000 each for the 3 misdemeanors.
State anything else to add?
The state's understanding is that he was on pretrial release for the robbery without a firearm. Is that?
Not a new offense.
No, he's just coming through on this today on the robbery.
Okay.
It's a brand new case, so it's just coming through at the same time.
That's my understanding as well. So I've set bond at $10,000 with all the standard conditions that came with the original arrest on the robbery count. As to resisting without violence, giving a false identification, and trespass, standard $1,000 bond, and you are subject to a capias, sir, so you will remain in custody on that matter.
I'm sorry, what capias are we talking about? I thought he was only in jail on these 4 charges.
I've got a capias.
I'm not seeing another charge.
And there's an open case warrant, I'm sorry, it's not plus new charges. Was this just a warrant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he had the warrant active and he picked up new charges, it kind of looks like an open case.
Okay.
I just had to need clarification. I thought he just had the 4 charges.
He does, it was listed oddly on our sheet, so it appeared like he had a capias on one of the charges. I think that goes back to the other.
Oh.
For clarification, did you only want
All right, so I think that was also, there isn't a capias. I apologize for the confusion. I think that was why there was confusion earlier on that one as well. And no other matters on this case. Your excuses, sir.
Step to your left. Next case.
The next one's gonna be Terrence Douglas, and he's at the hospital.
We already took care of that case.
All right, next up, Jared Frazier. What?
All right, Mr. Frazier, you're charged with battery on a law enforcement officer, resisting an officer with violence, and resisting an officer without violence. Would you like to have the public defender appointed on this case?
Yes.
I will provisionally appoint the office of the public defender on this case. I find probable cause on these offenses. Anything to add? Looks like 2 third degrees and a first degree misdemeanor.
Same as the public defender's office, just presumptive bonds.
So, sir, on the resisting an officer with violence, as well as the battery on a law enforcement officer, the bond amounts will be set at $5,000 for each of those offenses. Resisting an officer without violence will be a $1,000 bond amount. Any other matters on this case?
No.
You're excused, sir.
Go up to the podium and stand up, man. Next up, Johnny Glenn.
Sir, you're charged with trespassing, failing to leave the property on the order of the owner. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you in this case? Stand up, sir.
Your Honor, he's waiting for a mental health evaluation.
Yeah, I would just ask to be appointed and for the standard bond of $1,000 to remain.
So I will provisionally appoint the office of the public defender. State anything to add on this case?
No, Your
Provisional bond of $1,000, I'm sorry, standard bond of $1,000 on this case. You're excused. You can step away, sir.
Step this way. Glenn. Next up, Jeremy Isaac.
Sanderson, defender's office. Not really ready on this one. I just got the affidavit from the state. We were appointed yesterday on this. I had a probable cause challenge. I'm trying to read the affidavit that I was just sent by the state, but I don't know that it says anything different than yesterday's. But, I mean, it would need to say that, regarding the first incident, because he was allowed in there, that at some point she told him to get out for this to be an armed burglary with assault or battery. Otherwise, it's just an ag bat on the first incident.
Your Honor, if the state could be heard.
Absolutely, it is.
Your Honor, I had reviewed this yesterday. I had discussed this case with the officer, and another ASA. The state's theory of probable cause is that there was an injunction on the daughter, and so regardless of whether or not the victim allowed the defendant within the home, the defendant was never permitted to be on the premises in the first place because the defendant is never permitted to be on the premises. There would be an armed burglary.
Is that all that information in an actual affidavit? That's what I'm trying.
On the third paragraph of the affidavit I have, it discusses the injunction.
Is that new language from yesterday?
I believe it is.
Okay, so he was ordered to stay away from this particular address where he was at, according to this injunction. I'm going to defer the court on this because I don't remember that.
I'm going to provisionally, sir, you've been appointed public defender yesterday when we called this case, and that provisional appointment remains in place. You are charged with armed burglary with assault or battery. That's a light felony. I will find probable cause based on this affidavit, amended affidavit, and you will remain in a no bond hold based on the degree of this offense. Thank you.
Your Honor, I was told to ask you for a phone call since I've been here for 4 days and never got one. The CO asked me to ask you when I got to the court.
Counsel, is that something you'll take care of?
That's Isaac.
Next up is Emmanuel Lattimore.
Sir, you are charged with 1 count of possession of cannabis, not more than 20 grams. 1 count of possession, display, permitting use of a suspended driver's license. 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, and 1 count of driving with a license suspended, operating a vehicle while that was suspended. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed for you on this case?
Yes.
Very well, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender on this case. Anything to add by either party?
No, Your Honor.
All right, this looks like it'll be on the canceled and revoked suspended license charge, $250 bond. Same for the driving with license suspended or revoked first offense, $250. Possession of drug paraphernalia will be $1,000, and possession of cannabis will also be $1,000. Your curfew, if you post bond, will be from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., mandatory testing at cost, and you are to report immediately to pretrial release. Any other matters on this case?
No.
You may step aside, sir.
Next up, Kenny Locke.
Judge, I'm sorry. So would it be so 14 and 15 curfew?
Yes. All right. Is this Preston Blair Locke?
This is Kenny Locke.
L-O-C-K?
L-O-T-T.
L-O-T-T. I understood. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lott, you are charged with 1 count of false identification given to a law enforcement officer, 1 count of violation of Chapter 827.06, 1 count of possession of methamphetamine, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia container, possession of cocaine, and introduction of contraband into a detention facility. Would you like to have the public defender appointed for you on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the office of the public defender. We know the rest for it. All right, on review, I will find probable cause on these offenses. Anything to add?
Not on the criminal charges. I just asked that on the DRD, which we don't represent him on, that he was given a $425 purge. I would just ask that is showing no bond on the docket, but the actual documentation that I looked at showed a $425 amount that he should be able to purge out on. I would just ask that be ordered.
Understood. All right, sir, having found probable cause, you are subject to a domestic pickup order in relation to a purge amount set by the family court of $425, so that will remain in effect as to that. In regards to the new law violation offenses, the possession of methamphetamine, the possession of cocaine, and the introduction of contraband charges are all provisionally $5,000 bonds. The false identification and possession of drug paraphernalia container charges are both $1,000 bonds. You are subject to a curfew of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., all mandatory drug testing, no alcohol, and report immediately to pretrial services if you do post bond. Anything else on this case?
No.
All right.
So that'll be, excuse me, Your Honor, I'm sorry. So that'll be 3 charges I have for 5,000?
Yes. Your excuse, sir. And 2 1,000s.
Next up is Praveen Marcus, USB combative, and we can bring him back tomorrow, Your Honor.
Yes, we'll bring him back tomorrow.
Sandra Smith, Public Defender's Office. This is like, I think, his first appearance.
Okay.
I would just ask to be appointed on his case for the resisting without violence charge. I would ask for presumptive bond of 1,000. I would point out, we already represent him in 2022 CF 010661, where he was found incompetent to proceed. So we already represent him on that case. He's got some sort of hearing on June 17th regarding his competency. So I would just ask, pointed on this, $1,000 bond set.
All right, I am going to go ahead and appoint, based on the return of this numerous times, and appoint the public defender on this charge of resisting an officer without violence, which is a substantive bond of $1,000. Where are we on the addition? I'm sorry, can you
He's
clarify?
incompetent to proceed on the other case.
He's incompetent on the
I
other
would ask
case.
no action be taken on that one. I don't, usually we leave that's Judge Pinkett. I don't know if he's under a conditional release or not, but we don't usually deal with that at first appearance.
Okay. Anything to add, State? All right, then we are resolved on this case.
Next up, Terrence Moore.
Good morning.
Mr. Moore, you are charged with failure to register or provide information, and you are also charged with possession or use of narcotic paraphernalia, tampering with physical evidence, and possession of methamphetamine. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the office of the public defender. This appears to be a warrant out of Hillsborough on that first charge, so you'll remain in custody on that. Are the other 3 charges Polk's? All right, as to the other 3 charges, I will find probable cause. You're gonna remain in custody on that whole, do we have a hearing date for that? Or the week?
He has pending legal charges, so I'm comfortable.
Okay, we'll finish those first, all right. I found probable cause on the 3 new offenses. I'm sorry, I see 4 new offenses, is that? I see possession of methamphetamine, possession, use of drug paraphernalia, tampering with physical evidence, as well as introduction of contraband into a detention facility. Is that what you have also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in addition to the hold, it is 4 charges, so
Okay.
not 3.
Try that.
The introduction of contraband, it looks like it's on the actual affidavit. I didn't see that it was booked in on it. That's probably why it's not showing. If anybody can verify he's actually booked in on the charge, because we can't literally do first appearances on a charge when they're not booked in on it. He was charged with it, but the booking sheet that I have from this morning or actually from yesterday at 16:09 doesn't show that charge.
We can bring him back tomorrow on that count because he's not booked in on that one.
Okay, so we'd have to bring him back on the other charge when we'd be booked in on it tomorrow.
Okay.
Because we can't go forward on it when he's not booked in on it.
Right, exactly, I understood it completely. Do you want to do all of these together, or do you want to proceed on the other 3 today?
Well, we can do all what we already have here today and then just come back tomorrow on the 1 charge.
All right, sir, I find probable cause on the possession of methamphetamine, possession of use of drug paraphernalia, and tampering with physical evidence. We'll bring you back tomorrow on the introduction of contraband charge. Does anyone have anything to add on the 3 pending charges?
I just asked for presumptive bonds.
On the possession of meth and the tampering with physical evidence, bond is set at $5,000 to each count, and on the possession or use of drug paraphernalia, bond is at $1,000. You'll remain in custody though on the Hillsborough hold as well. And we'll see you tomorrow on the remaining.
Next up, Dante Neal.
Is that Leo?
1590.
Neil. Sir, you're charged with 1 count of possession, 1 count of possession to traffic, sell, or manufacture of substances, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, armed trafficking in cocaine of more than 28 grams, and possession of a weapon or ammunition by a convicted felon. Would you like to have the public defender appointed for you on this case?
Yes, ma'am, but if I can make a bond, I better buy a lawyer.
I'll provisionally appoint the public defender if that's what you want, sir, and if you choose to otherwise have an attorney later, you can always do so.
All right.
All right. In looking at this case, I will find probable cause on these offenses. Anything to add by either party?
I don't have anything.
All right, sir, on the armed trafficking, that is a light felony, that's no bond. On the possession of drug paraphernalia, that's a presumptive $1,000 bond, and on the remaining 2 charges, possession of weapons and possession of to traffic or sell, manufacture of controlled substances, that both of those are also no bond holds.
Your Honor, standard set by defender's office, those are secondary felonies, so he is entitled to some bond on those type of charges because they're just secondary felonies.
Okay. Okay, I'll set those bonds at $10,000 each. And because they're drug offenses, were he to bond out, he would be subject to mandatory curfew and testing at cost, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. But remain in no bond based on the other charge. All right, anything else on this case? All right, you're excused.
Next up, Ronald Robinson.
Mr. Robinson. Check my other sheet. You, sir, are charged with domestic violence battery with a prior conviction, a warrantless VOP for possession of cocaine, a violation of probation for your fleeing to elude, and a violation of probation for another possession of cocaine count. Would you like to have the public defender appointed in this matter as to the new charges, or to the VOP to the extent that you do not?
I don't understand my new charge. What you say I was being charged with?
Domestic violence battery with a prior conviction.
That's one charge.
Everything else is a violation of probation, sir. Would you like to have the office of the public defender appointed?
Yeah.
I will provisionally appoint the office of the public defender. In regard to the new charge, I will find probable cause. That offense is subject to a You are on the VOP is subject to remain in custody. But we do have a new domestic violence charge, don't we?
But what?
Next in there. Here's the cover page.
There we go. The domestic violence will be subject to a $5,000 bond. You'll remain 500 feet away from the location, no weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol or no bars. But nevertheless, you will remain in custody because you're alleged to have violated your probation in other counts.
Your Honor, that's my wife, and that's
sir, don't talk about your case.
I'm just saying that's my resident. That's what.
Sanderson's Law Defender's Office. They have the same address. I just asked for one time with law enforcement to get his stuff. However, he's on probation, being held no bond on the VOP. So unless he gets a bond on the VOP, he's not going to be able to return home anyway.
Yeah, sir, you're going to remain in custody on the violations. Should you obtain bond, you will have one 48-hour period to go and obtain your belongings from the residence, but you will have to be accompanied by law enforcement to do so.
There's two different conditions.
Next up, Ramir Sabater.
Do you want condition 17 or do you want 17 and 21?
I want 17 and 21. All right.
And I'm sorry, it was 13, 14, 17, 18, and 21.
And 16.
And 16, okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, that was 15.
You want the curfew?
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, I did not hear who was called. Can you repeat the name?
Next up is Jamir Sabater.
Sir, you are charged with one count of criminal mischief, $1,000 or more, one count of disorderly conduct, one count of resisting arrest without violence, and one count of trespassing and failing to leave. It appears you also have an active probation case in Lake County. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you on these new charges?
Yes.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender.
Is there a bond?
I'm getting to that, sir.
Excuse me?
One moment.
I'm trying to get out of here so I can go to work and make it to.
Sir, no, don't talk to me about your case. You've had the Office of the Public Defender appointed. I am going to find probable cause as to the new offenses. Do you have anything to add, either party, in regards to any of the new offenses?
No, Your Honor.
All right,
So it's not just the new, I'm confused. What did you say? He's on probation out of where?
It's an out-of-county probation. Do we have the county list?
I mean, he cannot obviously be violated for that here because we don't have jurisdiction unless, was he already violated for it?
A Lake County case, 24 CF 2701. He's on active probation.
Yeah, I would object to the court doing anything in another county's case unless he's already been violated by the police officer or something.
All right, on the resisting officer without violence, you're going to be subject to a $1,000 bond. On the criminal mischief, that will be a $5,000 bond. On trespassing, that will be a $1,000 bond. And on disorderly conduct, that'll be a $250 bond. Let me look at the probation.
I would just point out that county's not even in our circuit.
Lo siento, eh.
All right, so do you have anything to add on the alleged violations?
And I would just point out if Lake County wants to violate, his probation officer in Lake County wants to violate him for this probation, they can do so at any time.
On probation. I'm not on probation.
All right. The bond amounts on the new charges will stand, and you may be subject to an additional violation in Lake County, which you may receive information on. Anything else on this case?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You are excused. Next case.
Next up is Demaria Washington.
Sanderson's let the Defender's office. I did just have one probable cause challenge on this case.
Sir, you're charged with 1 count of battery, touching, and striking, 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill, and 1 count of aggravated battery of a person using a deadly weapon. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. Thank you. Would you like to go ahead with your probable cause?
Yes, Your Honor. I just have a probable cause challenge on the simple battery. I would point out he's already charged with ag assault and also ag bat. My argument is that the battery is subsumed in a higher charge of the aggravated battery, and This is one ongoing incident. It appears that it's just part of the bigger charge. I would ask him to be ROR'd on that one charge.
State, anything to add? This is all one victim.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would argue the probable cause affidavit describes a wrestling that occurred. It then says that Mr. Washington distanced himself to retrieve a handgun. The state would argue that there's then a second engagement, which includes the aggravated assault and battery.
All right, I will find probable cause on these offenses. And in regard to the simple battery, that will be a $1,000 bond. In regard to the other two charges, does the state have anything to add?
The state would have a motion for pretrial detention, Your Honor. On the aggravated battery.
Is the state filing it?
I'm sorry, I haven't done this before.
It's okay.
So I suppose I fill this out and
Oh, you didn't already? I'm supposed to get a copy of that. Should have more coffee.
While you're filling that out, counsel, just to clarify, this is on the ag bat, not the ag assault, right?
yes, Your Honor.
Bat, not the ag assault.
I apologize for that, Your Honor.
Actually, yeah, okay, copy for me. Who's it?
We're getting there.
argue on the motion?
Your Honor, the probable cause affidavit states that during this event, Mr. Washington demanded his vehicle be fixed. Was hitting the victim on the face with a handgun. And he was struck in the stomach during the altercation. The state believes that with the handgun being used in this incident, that this is a dangerous felony and this should be heard in a motion for pretrial detention hearing.
Do you anything to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll grant the motion for pretrial detention on that with a hearing set Thursday at 1 p.m. on the A2 docket, as this is
May 28th.
May 28th. So that it takes care of the no bond until the hearing on aggravated battery. It will be $5,000 on the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. We already set the bond amount on the battery. And no contact with the victim, stay away from the event location, no weapons, no firearms, no alcohol, no bars, curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
That's a bond. So, can I answer a question? How you doing, Your Honor? So, the only question I have is, do I have a bond and the amount of my bond?
You're going to be on a no bond hold, sir, until your hearing as to one of the charges, and the bond amounts have been set as to the other charges.
Okay.
You can talk to your public defender.
That is all for South County.
Good
morning, Your Honor. This is the Portuguese interpreter. Can you hear me and see me?
I can hear you. Do we have those cases ready to be called?
Yes, Your Honor. First up, we're going to be calling Martinez Solano.
Okay, give me just a minute because we're going to need to swear them in. Sir, do you have a copy of my script?
I might, Your Honor. Give me 1 second. My apologies, Your Honor. I remember receiving this. I just need 1 second. I found it, Your Honor. I have it here.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm that you will truly and correctly translate English into Portuguese and Portuguese into English here today?
Yes, I do. Paulo Lara, court-certified Portuguese interpreter.
All right, thank you. The court has already read the entire first appearance script in English. If you will just repeat it in Portuguese for those parties who were not able to hear it earlier.
Yes, Your Honor. The interpreter will start. Esta é a sua primeira audiência. A sua primeira audiência tem 4 propósitos e apenas 4 propósitos. Primeiramente, eu vou lhe alertar com relação às acusações que foram protocoladas contra você. Em segundo lugar, eu vou perguntar se você tem um advogado lhe representando. Caso tenha contratado um advogado e eles estejam presentes, eles falarão por você. Se seu advogado não estiver presente, você terá a opção de reagendar a sua audiência hoje ou de reagendar até amanhã. Se você reagendar a sua audiência, é sua responsabilidade contactar o seu advogado para avisá-los de que você tem uma data de audiência. Ninguém mais fará isso por você. Se você deseja prosseguir sem o seu advogado presente, nós podemos também fazer isso. Caso não tenha um advogado, eu perguntarei se você pode arcar com o custo de um. E caso seja possível, nós faremos uma anotação de que você deseja prosseguir. Caso contrário, e se você se qualificar, eu posso nomear provisionalmente o escritório da Defensoria Pública para lhe representar, contanto que você preencha um pedido, um formulário. Você tem o direito de ter o seu advogado presente antes e durante quaisquer questionamentos. Em terceiro lugar, caso houver qualquer desafio à causa provável, eu abordarei essas questões. E, por fim, eu analisarei a possibilidade de fiança e quaisquer outras condições de soltura com você para determinar se quaisquer modificações são necessárias. Esteja ciente de que se este tribunal lhe colocar numa pré-soltura hoje, antes do julgamento, independentemente de ser uma liberdade pré-julgamento ou condições de sua fiança, as condições anunciadas no tribunal hoje estarão vigentes imediatamente, o que quer dizer até mesmo quando você permanecer ainda em custódia. Ao longo deste processo todo, você tem o direito constitucional de permanecer em silêncio. Se você escolher não permanecer em silêncio, qualquer coisa que você disser poderá ser usada contra você. Tudo que está sendo dito, onde eu estou localizado, assim como onde o senhor está localizado, a senhora, está sendo gravado. Há um advogado da promotoria e um assistente presente, escutando a tudo que está sendo dito, portanto, não diga nada sobre o crime por si só. Por favor, tenha estes direitos em mente conforme prosseguimos por este processo. Por favor, dê um passo à frente quando o seu nome for chamado.
Thank you. Would the parties in need of a Portuguese interpreter please stand and raise your right hand?
As pessoas que precisam de intérprete de português, por favor, fiquem de pé e levantem a mão direita.
Please answer out loud following what I am about to say.
Por favor, respondam em voz alta depois do que eu vou dizer.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Você jura solenemente ou declara que o depoimento que você está prestes a dar hoje será verdade, toda a verdade e nada mais que a verdade?
Sim.
Sim.
Yes. Yes.
The record's going to reflect that both parties answered affirmatively. Thank you. You can call that first case now.
Então, que conste nos autos que ambas as partes responderam afirmativamente a pergunta.
First case is going to be Christian Martinez Solano.
O primeiro será o Christian Martino Solano.
All right. Sir, you're charged with one count of no valid driver's license with no license having ever been issued.
O senhor está sendo acusado com uma imputação de não ter uma carteira de habilitação válida e de jamais ter tido uma carteira de habilitação.
Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
O senhor gostaria de que o escritório da Defensoria Pública fosse nomeado para lhe representar referente a essas acusações?
Oh, espanhol.
Spanish.
Speak Spanish.
I speak Spanish.
Your Honor, I apologize about that. Instead, we're going to call Valdine Frome.
Então nós gostaríamos de chamar o Valdinei Prone.
All right. Mr. Prone, you are charged with driving on an expired license of more than 6 months. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Sr. Prone, o senhor está sendo acusado de estar dirigindo com uma carteira de habilitação que venceu há mais de 6 meses. O senhor gostaria que eu nomeasse o escritório da Defensoria Pública para lhe representar neste caso?
Sim.
All
Yes.
right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this case.
Muito bem, então eu vou nomear o escritório da Defensoria Pública para lhe representar neste processo.
Ok.
Ok.
All right, I do find probable cause in this case.
Wait.
E eu determino que há causas que respaldam essa acusação.
Either party have anything to add on this?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it looks like there's no ice hold in this case, and so, sir, you will be subject to a $250 bond, no driving, and
E parece que não há um pedido de prisão do ICE pendente neste caso. Então, senhor, o senhor receberá a fiança de no valor de $250 e o senhor não pode dirigir.
all right. Anything else on this case? And your excuses, sir, thank you.
Mais alguma coisa neste caso? Não, então o senhor está dispensado. Muito obrigado.
Okay.
Ok.
This should conclude the Portuguese interpretive cases.
We're through with those? Thank you, sir. You're excused.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Would you like the Portuguese interpreter to make an announcement, or this is all for today?
Are we sure that this is all for today? We only had those two listed.
Anybody else need a Portuguese interpreter?
Mas alguém precisa de intérprete de português?
All right. With that, sir, if you'd like to be excused, you may be excused. Thank you for your service today.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great weekend. Thanks.
All right.
For the Spanish interpretation, first one is going to be Mario Barragan Valencia.
All right, sir, you are charged with domestic violence, battery, touching, or striking.
Señor, está acusado de violencia intrafamiliar con agresión física mediante tocar o golpear.
Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
¿Quiere usted que le nombre en la oficina de defensores públicos para que le representen en su caso?
Sí.
No.
All right. I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this case.
Le nombraré provisionalmente la oficina de defensores públicos para que le representen en este caso.
Okay.
I do find probable cause regarding this offense. Does either party have anything to add?
Encuentro que existe motivo fundado en cuanto a este ilícito. ¿Alguno de los abogados quiere añadir algo?
Yeah, Sanderson Public Defender's Office. The only thing is, they do have the same address, so I asked that he be allowed one time with law enforcement to get his belongings out of the house.
All right, sir, having found probable cause, I will put the bond amount at $1,000.
Señor, Sandra Smith, Defensoría Pública, le solicita a la juez que, ya que tienen la misma dirección, que le permitan regresar una vez acompañado por un oficial para recoger sus pertenencias de la casa. Señor, la juez comunica que, ya que encontró motivo fundado, fijará su fianza en $1,000.
And then you also are to remain 500 feet away from the event location, no contact with the victim, no weapons, no firearms, no alcohol, no bars.
Y también debe permanecer a 500 pies de distancia del lugar de los hechos, ningún contacto ni comunicación con la víctima, no armas, ninguna arma de fuego, no alcohol, no bares.
And in addition, you may return to the residence one time within 48 hours in the company of law enforcement to collect your belongings.
Y además se le permitirá regresar a la residencia una vez dentro de 48 horas de su liberación, acompañado por un oficial de la ley para recoger sus pertenencias.
Any other matters? Your excuse,
¿Algo más?
please.
Se puede retirar, señor, gracias.
Next up, we have German Dominguez Urbano.
Sir, you're charged with having no driver's license, with no driver's license ever having been issued.
Señor, se le acusa de no tener licencia para conducir y ninguna licencia se emitió.
Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
¿Desea usted que le asignen la oficina de defensores públicos para que le representen en esta causa?
Sí.
All right, I will
Yes.
provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender.
Para que lo representen.
Sir, I do find probable cause that you committed the offense, and I will note that the degree of the offense is alleged to have been enhanced based on your immigration status by 1 degree.
Señor, determino que existe motivo fundado para creer que usted cometió el delito y hago constar que el nivel del delito se alega que ha sido incrementado basándose en su estatus de inmigración, incremento de 1 grado.
Because of that, the bond amount will be set at $5,000.
Debido a eso, el monto de su fianza será $5,000.
However, you are also subject to an ICE detainer hold.
Sin embargo, usted también está sujeto a una detención o suspensión por parte de la Agencia de Inmigración ICE.
And you will remain in custody pending that hold.
Permanecerá detenido en espera de esa detención.
Any other matters on this case?
No.
Nada más de los abogados.
You are excused, sir. Thank you.
Se puede retirar, señor. Gracias.
Next, we have Alberto Govia.
Sir, you are charged with no driver's license having ever been issued.
Señor, se le acusa de no tener licencia válida para conducir y nunca se le emitió una licencia para conducir.
Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
¿Desea que se le nombre la Oficina de Defensores Públicos en representación suya en este caso?
Sí.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this matter.
Bien, le nombraré provisionalmente la Oficina de Defensores Públicos en esta causa.
I do find probable cause on this offense,
Existe motivo fundado para este delito.
and I will note that it has been enhanced by 1 degree based on your immigration status.
Hago constar que ha sido incrementada de 1 grado debido a su estatus migratorio.
Accordingly, the bond amount on this is $5,000.
Por lo tanto, el monto de la fianza para esto será $5,000.
However, you are also subject to ICE having placed a hold on you based on your immigration status, so you will remain in custody pending that hold.
Sin embargo, usted está sujeto a una orden de detención de ICE, entonces permanecerá bajo custodia en espera de la detención migratoria.
Any other matters on this case?
No.
You are excused, sir. Thank you.
Se puede retirar, señor. Gracias.
Next, we have Christian Martinez Solano.
Sir, you're charged with no valid driver's license, driver's license never having been issued.
Señor, se le acusa de no tener licencia válida para conducir y que no se le emitió nunca una licencia para conducir.
Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
¿Desea usted que se le asigne la Oficina de Defensores Públicos para representarlo en este caso?
Sí.
Yes.
I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this matter.
El nombre provisionalmente la Oficina de Defensores Públicos en esta causa.
And because I will find probable cause that you commit in regards to this charge,
Determino que existe motivo fundado para este cargo.
and based on your immigration status, that charge has been enhanced by 1 degree.
Y basándose en su estatus migratorio, el cargo se incrementa de 1 grado.
So the bond amount will be $1,000.
Así que el monto de su fianza será $1,000.
However, you are subject to the placement, that ICE has placed a hold on you in this matter.
Sin embargo, ICE ha solicitado una detención en su contra.
And you'll remain in custody pending that ICE hold.
Permanecerá detenido en espera de la orden de detención de ICE.
Any other matters on this case?
No.
You are excused, sir. Thank you.
Se puede retirar, señor. Gracias.
Next, we have Victor Mejia.
Sir, you're charged with no driver's license, never having had a driver's license.
Señor, está acusado de no tener licencia para conducir y nunca se le ha emitido una.
Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
¿Desea usted que le asigne la oficina de defensores públicos para representarle en esta causa?
Hablé con un amigo y me va a buscar un abogado.
I've spoken to a friend and they are seeking an attorney for me.
Okay, would you like to set this off for 24 hours so that you have an opportunity to speak to that attorney?
Bien, ¿quiere usted aplazar o continuar esto en 24 horas para tener la oportunidad de hablar con su abogado?
Sí.
All right, we're going to set this off for 24 hours. See you tomorrow.
Bien, se aplaza 24 horas. Lo veremos mañana.
Gracias.
All right.
Thank you.
Next case.
Your Honor, next we have Regito Ordonez Mondragon.
Sir, you're charged with no valid driver's license.
Señor, está acusado de no tener licencia válida para conducir.
Sí.
Yes.
Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
¿Desea usted que se le asigne la oficina de defensores públicos para representarlo en esta causa?
Mi familia está contactando a mi abogado, pero no pude comunicarme con mi familia. Estoy tratando de comunicarme con mi familia.
My family is trying to contact an attorney, but I have not been able to communicate with my family. I am trying to get in touch with my family.
Okay, would you like to set this off for 24 hours so that you have an opportunity to have a conversation with your attorney?
Bien, ¿quiere usted que se aplace o se continúe esto 24 horas para usted tener la oportunidad de hablar con su abogado?
Ya quisiera hablar con mi familia, quisiera hablar con el abogado.
Yes, I want to speak to my family and with a lawyer.
All right, we'll set this off for 24 hours. See you tomorrow, sir.
Bien, aplazamos 24 horas. Hasta mañana, señor.
Next, we have Gerson Rivera Estrada.
Sir, you're charged with no valid driver's license and DUI, alcohol, or drugs.
Señor, está acusado de no tener válida licencia para conducir y manejar bajo los efectos de alcohol o drogas.
Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
¿Desea usted que le asigne la oficina de defensores públicos para representarlo en esta causa?
Todavía no me he podido comunicar con mi familia, no sé, que quisiera comunicarme con ellos primero a ver si me ponen un abogado.
I have not been able to get in touch with my family. I would like to speak with them first to see if they can get an attorney.
All right, would you like to set this off for 24 hours so that you have an opportunity to speak to an attorney?
Bien, ¿quiere aplazar esto 24 horas para tener la oportunidad de consultar con un abogado?
Sí.
All right, we'll set this off for 24 hours. I'll see you tomorrow, sir.
Se aplaza, lo veremos mañana, señor. Gracias.
Next, we have Lazaro Rodriguez Ruiz.
Sir, you're charged with participation in a pattern of racketeering activity, conspiracy to engage in a pattern of racketeering activity, and grand theft first degree.
Señor, está acusado de confabular para involucrarse en un patrón de actividad de delito o criminalidad organizada y hurto mayor en primer grado.
You are additionally charged with 4 counts of burglary conversion with no assault or battery or weapon.
También se le acusa de 4 cargos de allanamiento delictivo, conversión sin agresión o agresión física y tampoco con arma.
Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
¿Desea usted que le asigne la oficina de defensores públicos en esta causa?
He has court-appointed attorney Bradley Wilson.
Okay. Is Mr. Wilson here this morning?
Su señoría, él tiene nombrado al abogado del tribunal, al señor Bradley Wilson, quien no se encuentra aquí esta mañana.
This looks like it's a capious, so you're going to remain on the no bond status on this case. But if you would like the opportunity to talk to your attorney before we conclude this, we can set this off for 24 hours.
Bien, señor, parece que en su contra se había emitido una orden de detención, así que permanecerá en estatus de no fianza en este caso. Pero si usted quisiera la oportunidad de hablar con su abogado antes de que terminemos esta audiencia de hoy, se puede aplazar el caso 24 horas.
No.
No.
No. All right, sir. Then set June 30th. Then you're going to remain in custody until your hearing on June 30th, 2026.
Bien, permanecerá bajo custodia hasta su audiencia del 30 de junio de 2026.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office, although I do not represent him, he is supposed to get a 5-day hearing within 5 days of his arrest, according to the capias.
Señoría, Sandra Smith, Defensoría Pública, aunque yo no lo represento, le comunico a la juez que él se supone que tenga una audiencia de los 5 días después de su arresto, según indica la orden de detención.
I do have a 5-day hearing date. Thank you for that clarification.
We are going to set that date. We have to coordinate with the JA.
Okay, your hearing date will occur within 5 days, but it's being coordinated with the judge's chambers, so you'll get notice of that hearing.
Bien, sí, tendrá una audiencia de 5 días, pero están coordinando esto con la asistente judicial del juez, así que recibirá aviso de esa audiencia.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Gracias, señor. Puede ser excusado.
Bring him back. I'm sorry. Bring him back.
Regrese, señor. Disculpe.
Sir, one additional matter. You do have, ICE has placed a hold on you regarding your immigration status, so you are also subject to that ICE hold as it's been placed.
Señor, hay una cuestión adicional. Usted tiene colocado en su contra una detención de ICE debido a su estatus migratorio, así que también está sujeto a esa detención de ICE.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Eso es todo.
Next, we have Oscar Rivera Perez.
Sir, you're charged with no driver's license, never having had a driver's license.
For sure.
Señor, está acusado de no tener licencia válida para conducir y nunca se le ha emitido una licencia.
Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
¿Desea usted que se le asigne a la Oficina de Defensores Públicos para representarlo en esta causa?
Sí.
All right, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this matter.
Le nombraré la Oficina de Defensores Públicos para representarlo en esta causa.
It appears that there is probable cause to support this charge at this time. I will note also that the degree of the offense is enhanced by 1 degree based on your immigration status.
Parece que existe motivo fundado en respaldo de este cargo en este momento. También hago constar que el grado del delito ha sido incrementado de 1 grado debido a su estatus migratorio.
You are also subject to ICE having placed a hold on you in this case.
También está sujeto a que ICE le ha colocado una orden de detención en su caso.
So the bond on the new charge will be $1,000.
Así que la fianza para el cargo nuevo será $1,000.
But you'll remain in custody pursuant to the ICE hold.
Pero permanecerá detenido según indica la orden de detención de ICE.
Does either party have anything to add on this? All right, that is all, sir. You're excused. Thank you.
Es todo, señor. Queda excusado. Gracias.
Can you repeat that? I think you said it was all that's all the interpreter cases?
That was, yes, that was all the interpreter cases. You don't have the Spanish interpreter making it out.
Ma'am, would you like to make an announcement?
Si alguien más necesitará interpretación al español, levante su mano ahora, por favor. Hearing none, may the interpreter be excused.
You may. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
First up, we have Shelby Brzezinski.
Ma'am, you are here on an affidavit of violation of probation. If, to the extent that you don't have a public defender appointed on this case, would you like to have a defender appointed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the office of the public defender.
May I ask for bond, please? This is a misdemeanor case?
Do we have any new charges on this?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're going to remain in custody on the affidavit of violation of probation pending your first hearing, which will be on June 1st at 12:45. Any other matters in this case?
No, Your Honor.
I believe I had a revocation hearing on the 2nd. Is that correct?
Your first hearing's on the 1st, and you'll have to take the rest up with your attorney. You're excused, ma'am.
Next up, we have Maria Bussey.
Ma'am, you are charged with driving with light driver's license suspended or revoked second offense. Would you like to have the office of the public defender appointed for you in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
I will provisionally appoint the office of the public defender.
Sanderson, Public Defender's Office, Your Honor. I had a probable cause challenge on this case. She's charged with driving license and revoked second offense. I didn't see, of course, they list all her suspensions, which I don't know why they bothered to do that, but I didn't see anywhere that it said she had a prior conviction for a driving license and revoked charge, so I would say there's only probable cause for a second-degree misdemeanor as written in the affidavit.
See.
The state would be willing to stipulate tonight.
Okay, so I will find probable cause to the M2 offense, second-degree misdemeanor of driving with a license suspended or revoked, not second offense. Anything else to add? add in terms of the bond on that basis. All right, ma'am, you are going to be subject to a $250 bond on this case. No driving. Okay, and then beyond that, we have two open cases, case 26 CT 1412 and 26 CT 1411. So you will remain in custody on those offenses.
Is she on pretrial release or bond on those cases?
Looking for that information right now. She's on bond on both of those, so that'll be a revocation.
Okay, so I believe she's got an attorney, Melissa Flores, already on those cases.
On those cases, okay.
So just to be clear, you're revoking the bond and holding her no bond on those two cases?
On those two cases, yes. All right, ma'am.
Next, we have Tiffany Colopy.
I'm sorry, I missed that name. Can you recall the name?
Tiffany Colopy.
Ma'am, you are here on a domestic violence pickup order. It appears that a purge amount has been set in this case. Cost of arrest, including transportation costs.
I had $200 cash purge.
That's what I'm looking, I found it. And it's subject to a $200 purge amount. Otherwise, this will go back to,
And Your Honor, Sandra Smith, even though I can't represent her on this, if she does not pay the $200 cash to get out, I would just ask that she be brought back and forth in front of the magistrate on Tuesday at 12 o'clock when they have these hearings for them to determine whether they need to lower the purge or not.
very well. Ma'am, if you don't pay the purge amount of $200 that's listed, then you will go back before the court on Tuesday. You're excused. Thank you.
Next, we have Amanda Fisher.
Ma'am, you're charged with one count of petty theft. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. I'll find probable cause on this offense. Does either party have anything else to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right, based on this offense, the bond will be set at $250. You are not to return to the event location. Anything else on this case? All right, you're excused, ma'am.
Next, we have Tabitha Forte.
You understand this is the Public Defender's Office. I don't think she's on probation in these 2012 cases. I was looking at my computer, hold on a second. That she was placed on prison of the year and date April 16th, 2015 to 15 years prison. Actually, her probation was revoked on that day, so she hasn't been on probation since the year 2015. Moreover, I don't even know that she would even have a hold for the prison sentence at this point for this to even be an F4 case. So I had a question on this. Either way, we can't be appointed because at the most this is an F4 case, or she's being violated in error, and I'm not sure which one I don't know if she's being violated in error. I don't know how this case is still open.
We do have a new offense on this, so don't we, a misdemeanor?
Right. I understand the new charge. I don't understand the violation.
Understood. Statement, anything to add about violation?
Not this time, Your Honor.
Anything from COC status on this?
If she would have gone to prison on that, then that would have been a decade ago. So I just don't understand how it's still open.
the probation was revoked.
Okay. All right, ma'am, you are here today on the revocation, an affidavit, a violation of probation as, for a charge of uttering a forged instrument, as well as an original charge of grand
I didn't go
theft.
to the survey. I didn't go into.
I'm
here
just reading
today.
your charges, ma'am, just give me a moment. And then there's also a new offense of resisting an officer without violence. In regards to the new offense, would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you?
I never went to the probation office. That's where I was going, and when I got stopped, they asked me where am I supposed to be.
Ma'am, do not talk about the facts of your case. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you on the new charge?
What's the new charge? And what is?
Your new charge is resisting an officer without violence.
How do I have a new charge?
Would you like?
I don't
to
know
have
what
the
my
Office of
case
the Public
is.
Do not talk about your case, ma'am. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender?
I thought I was
appointed?
am I on probation?
Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you?
I don't even know.
Would you like to have?
Can I have a bond? Is there any way I can get a bond?
You're getting to that. First, would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you today? Would you, or you can decide to hire private counsel. But I can appoint the Office of the Public Defender today if you would like assistance in regards to the new charge today.
It's a yes or no.
Come on, we got a lot. No.
All right, I will not appoint, are you going to hire private counsel or do you want to represent yourself?
I don't know.
Yeah, she can always figure that out at the next court date in the morning.
Yeah, all right, so we're gonna proceed today.
So my new charges, I have new charges?
You have one new charge, ma'am, resisting an officer without violence.
Okay, thank you.
And in regards to that charge, I will find probable cause. State, do you have anything to add in regards to the probation or anything in regards to the new charges? No. All right, it appears that you are not on probation regarding the two charges, so.
She's obviously not on probation, Your Honor, because that was revoked on April 16th of the year 2015, and that's in the snap out in the court file.
Right.
And she would have been sentenced to prison at that time for 15 months prison. My point is, I don't even see how she's under any type of prison sentence, even conditional release, a decade later. I don't understand that. Because these were concurrent, it was a concurrent sentence, it looks like. All conditions have to be 15 years. Months. I couldn't get the Florida Department of Corrections website to come up on my computer. I don't know if anybody else has a better computer than me that could find that information out. But I just don't see how she's violated on this in any way.
I don't find any probable cause to suggest the violations either. Let me go back to.
This was just.
One moment, we just got a new. we're looking at something, stand by.
Put her as violation of probation instead of violation of pre-trial release conditions.
Was that in the offense?
I'm
Bring that new document back up.
So, this is what we go off of when we go on a new arrest. It looks like she was currently on pre-trial and she came in. So I'm wondering if the officer was searching and might have made a mistake. I don't know fully. But it looks like she's on pre-trial release.
It looks like pretrial in case 26, 4/15/12. Is that right? 26, 15567.
That's the
report.
I finally got the.
In April. Some kind of an April.
This is a different case, because she was released from prison on the case she's violated for on December 3rd of the year 2015. I finally got it to work. Okay, but you're saying there's a different case?
Looks like there's a different case. It seems like there might be an error on the sheet.
Let me see what the case is.
It's like from April. Can you pull that one more time? I'll get that information. New arrest booking on April 15th. Pretrial with bond.
And then it looks like she was rearrested on 5/22 of 26. It's 5/24 now.
Got an arrest on 4/15 and an arrest on 5/22.
So she's, and that's in the 26 case. So it's just the wrong cases. Just to clear this up, I would just ask for her to be ROR'd on the 2012 CF 02862XX case.
Yes, as to the alleged 2012 violations, there will be an ROR.
Is she, I guess okay.
Order for pretrial was granted 4/17 of 2026 on case number 26 CF 3717.
3717.
And here's the previous order. Case number 263717. PTR with bond, condition, random urinalysis, self-pay by judge. Sure, that's the mission.
She had arraignment back on May 19th on that latest case. I don't know, it's not updated in showcases or what happened on May 19th.
Yeah, that's what, I'm not showing anything updated on that first showcase. Now, there also was, I'm seeing another case. CF 109. So, in showcase on that case number, let's see.
We have a bond status on an active other case.
The 2026 case?
Yes.
The 25.
The 25 case.
Is the active bond, the 26, I'm showing was released on pretrial, but I'm not showing anything after that on the 26 case.
But there's a bond status on the 25 case, 25 CF 19. 10971.
And I see see that the pre-trial conference was canceled, but nothing has been updated.
Let me see, I don't know if the state can look in their computer in their stack, because their stack might be updated faster than the clerks. I'm
Yeah,
looking at my
information
stack now to see if I have anything in stack regarding what happened on May 19th and why the other court date was canceled. Because that's kind of important information to know at this hearing.
Can I get the spelling of the last name?
Forte.
My computer's just running super slow today. There it goes. Computer's a little closed. Here's the snap. I mean, I know she appears to resolve the cases in some way, but I'm not sure how, because they're closed in our system.
If you do find probable cause to revoke her, we have to revoke her.
Yeah.
Unless they
You would just look under if you put the name in, just look under the last two, the 2026 case number, what happened on that in your stack?
I don't see where it says anything that happened to the case in our stack. I have an arraignment on the 19th of this month, and that's the most recent thing.
That's already happened, so you should have some scanned paperwork in your file as to the stamp outs from the court on May 19th.
Let's see. It's possible we didn't receive the snap out because
I would say
I
the
think
stamp out should be scanned in the state's file by now for the 19th.
I think we need to set this off for 24 hours, and state, bring this back tomorrow with some clarification on these charges. Ma'am, we will be bringing you back tomorrow, while, we work out your, situation. You're excused. Thank you.
So do I have-
Step over here, over there, gonna have a seat. Your Honor, next, we're gonna have Emily Hogg. Start on the bond. You ain't got to do it right now.
do you want to leave disclosures on these?
All right, Ms. Hobbs, you are charged with battery on a law enforcement officer, resisting an officer without violence, operating a motor vehicle without a registration, and misuse of the 911 or emergency system services. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. I will find probable cause on these charges. Do you have anything to add on these charges? It looks like we've got both parties in today on this one.
This is for Ms. Hobbs?
Yeah, it looks like we've got both of them.
But this was battery on law enforcement.
It is. Ma'am, as to the resisting officer without violence, that bond will be $1,000. The failure to register a motor vehicle, that's a $250 bond. Battery on a law enforcement officer, is a $5,000 bond, and misuse of 911 emergency systems is a $250 bond. Any other matters on this case?
No,
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Next, we have Lacey Huggin.
Ma'am, you are charged with, well, you are here on an affidavit of violation of probation for underlying charges of possession of meth and possession of drug paraphernalia. To the extent that you do not have counsel, would you like the Office of the Public Defender to be appointed today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. Doesn't look like we've got any new charges on this one, so you will remain in custody on the violation of probation with hearings set for June 22nd, 2026 at 8:30. Any other matters to add on this case?
No.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Next, we have Laura Jarvis.
Ma'am, you're charged with DUI, alcohol, or drugs. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. Looks like you have one other prior DUI in this case. Can you bring up the rest? All right, I will find probable cause in this case. Does the State of Public Defender have anything to add?
Just ask for reasonable.
Yeah, the trustee.
All right, based on your prior DUI conviction, this will be a $1,000 bond. You are under no driving without a valid license, curfew of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., breathalyzer at cost, no consuming alcohol. Any other matters in this case? All right, you're excused, ma'am.
Next, we have Ariana Martinez.
Ma'am, you are here on an Osceola County failure to appear based on a false report to a law enforcement officer. Do you have any new charges on this case? Looks like you are subject to hold for Osceola County. If they don't come and pick you up, then there will be a hearing set for June 1st, 2026, and you'll remain in custody until that hearing or until they come and get you. Anything?
I apologize. Did you already set the $5,000 bond
On
Martinez?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just didn't hear.
Yes, I'm sorry. Any other matters on this case?
No.
All right, you're excused, ma'am.
Next, we have Nicolette Powell.
Ms. Powell, you're charged with driving with a license suspended or revoked. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. I will find probable cause on this offense. Does either party have anything to add in regards to this offense?
No.
All right, bond will be set at $250. No driving without a license. You're excused, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dykara Richardson.
Ma'am, you're charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill, a second count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without an intent to kill, a DV aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill, DV battery, and a violation of a pretrial release condition, and possession of a weapon, firearm, or ammo under a violation of probation. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed on these charges?
Yes.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender.
She is currently out on pretrial release.
Because you're out on pretrial release, I will revoke your pretrial release in that case, and you'll remain in regards to that case.
There's the case number.
That would be case number 26 CF 4098. In regards to the new offenses, I do find probable cause. Is there anything to add on these cases?
No, Your Honor.
I see you're already subjected to a risk protection order. Looks like we have on the domestic violence battery a $1,000 bond, and in regard to that, you are to remain 500 feet from the event location. No weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol, no bar. And then in regard to the third-degree felony offenses, that will be a $5,000 bond each.
Sorry, did you say curfew?
Yes, curfew 6 a.m. I mean 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And is this, are any of these offenses on the dangerous list state? I
Double check.
believe that we might have one.
It looks like.
On the aggravated assault, ma'am, that'll be no bond.
Your Honor, Sanderson Select Defender's Office. It's a third-degree felony, and again, unless the state files her motion for pretrial release detention, she should get a bond on that. It's up to the state whether they file on this type of charge or not. If the state's wanting to file on it, then they need to file on it. But she's entitled to bond without them filing on that motion for pretrial detention.
The state will file, Your Honor. Can I get the last name spelled again? My apologies.
Richardson, RICHARDSON.
Got it.
One moment, ma'am.
And just to be clear, which charges was the state wanting a hearing on?
There's aggravated assault, deadly weapon without, but then there's DV, aggravated assault.
Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill.
And there's also a DV, aggravated assault.
Hey, somebody.
Just to be clear, are you doing it in all the ag assaults or just the DV ag assault?
I suppose I should, there was only ready to file a section 4. I suppose
I mean, again, usually the state doesn't file these type of charges. Not saying they can't file a motion for pretrial detention on these type, but I would just like clarification as to
How
whether,
many of the counts?
yeah, whether that he's filing all 3 ag assaults or just the 1 DV ag assault.
I could amend to include all 3 aggravated assaults.
Are you filing it on all 3 or on 1?
I'll file on all 3.
Okay. Well, they're delineated differently. One's DV and the other 2
And the
are
other
not.
2 are, yeah.
So let me give this back.
I'm gonna hand this back to you and let you amend the.
Love you too. I'm sure we'll see him down there. We'll see us down there.
Just, usually these are filled out before court.
All right, the state has moved for pretrial detention on the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon count, the second aggravated assault with a deadly weapon count, and the aggravated assault count. can you bring that back up, please?
Hey, William,
Yes.
heads up, y'all's camera's frozen, just so y'all are aware. On our end, we still have audio, but y'all's camera's frozen. I don't know if you want to turn it off, turn it back on, the camera. That fixed it. Actually,
Well, as long as you can hear us.
yeah.
All right, so on the domestic violence aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, that will be also a no bond in addition to the revocation of the pretrial release on the old case. The two, I'll deny the motion as to the two aggravated assaults with a deadly weapon, and bond will remain at $5,000 each on those. The bond is also, as previously stated, on the domestic violence battery.
Your Honor, what, did we do the bonds on the other charges yet?
Yeah, that's what I just, as stated previously on the domestic violence battery, and then beyond that, in regard to the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 2 counts, non-domestic violence. I'll deny the motion, and bond will be at $5,000 each on those counts. But as to the domestic violence ag assault, that will be a no bond. And then on the firearm, that will also be $5,000.
What was the violation of pretrial release condition charge? Is it 1,000 or?
That was the revocation.
No, I mean, she's charged with the charge also.
Oh, I'm
Violation
sorry.
of pretrial
Yes,
release.
that also is a $1,000.
And so the hearing is that on, what, the 28th at 1 o'clock regarding the 1 count of DV ag assault?
Yes, the 28th will be the 1 count hearing.
What is the bond for a position?
Clear? All right, anything else on this case?
Was there any other case addressed? Because I don't remember at this point.
I don't believe so.
So we're just talking about this one case today.
I revoked the previous, but.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, no, I did that at the very
So
beginning.
she's Parkered then on the other case anyway.
Yeah.
So we're just having a hearing on one charge even though she's already Parkered?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Your excuse, ma'am, thank you.
I had a question.
Next up, we have Maya Rivera.
Good morning.
Ms. Rivera, you're charged with domestic violence, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill, and domestic violence, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. And in regards to both counts, I will find probable cause on each. Anything to add on either of these charges with the domestic violence cases?
Again, Your Honor, we have a lot of domestic violence cases, but the state doesn't always file on all the DV cases, or we'd have to have a lot of hearing days for motions for withdrawal detention hearings. But it's their discretion in a lot of these cases. But I would just ask for bonds to be set, and they have the same address. I asked for one time with law enforcement.
Sorry to interrupt. We do not have the same address.
Oh, you don't? Okay, never mind then.
All right. State, anything to add on these cases?
No, Your Honor, through conversation, it stands nothing to add.
All right, in regard to the, domestic violence ag bat with a deadly weapon, bond will be set at, $10,000. You are to remain, 500 feet from the event location, no weapons, no firearm, no contact with the victim, no alcohol, no bars. In regard to the aggravated assault, that will be a $5,000 bond with the same conditions. They're different addresses, so that should resolve it. Anything else on this case?
No.
All right, you're excused, ma'am.
Next up, we have Hillary Sanchez Delgado.
All right, ma'am, you are charged with resisting an officer without violence. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you on this case?
Yes.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this case. I'll find probable cause on this count. Does either party have anything to add?
Your Honor.
I just asked for presumptive bond.
Bond will be set at $1,000 on this offense with standard conditions of pretrial release. Anything else?
No.
All right, you are excused, ma'am.
Next up, we have Amanda Stash.
Ma'am, you're charged with DUI, alcohol, or drugs, and refusing to submit to a breath alcohol test. First refusal. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this case. I'll find probable cause on this case. Does either party have anything to add?
No, Your Honor.
No.
All right, then in regard to this, ma'am, on each count, that will be a $250 bond. You are to have no driving without a valid license, curfew 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., breathalyzer test at cost, and no consuming any alcohol. Any other matters? All right, you're excused, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, we have Emily True.
All right, ma'am, you are alleged to have violated the conditions of your probation or community control, including prior charges of cocaine sale, marijuana sale, use of a two-way communication device to commit a felony, possession of cocaine, possession of alprazolam, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to you to the extent that you do not already have counsel on these charges?
Yes.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender.
That makes sense.
Anything to add on this case?
Yeah, no, you were appointed, right?
Yes.
This is no bond BOP.
Yeah. Ma'am, you're going to remain no bond on these violations of probation until your probation hearing, which is set for June 22nd, 2026 at 8:30. You're excused.
Next, we have Tiffany Wallace.
Samuel Butler. We were appointed in this case yesterday. I had a call house challenge. I did receive a new report from the state regarding the charges that does provide probable cause for the felony charge based on the numerous times in the affidavit. I do have a stipulation with the state regarding the misdemeanor, which is subsumed in the higher charge. That on the misdemeanor violation of injunction charge, there's no probable cause. She should be releasing her own recognizance on that, since the affidavit now does show several times of a violation to support the higher charge.
Okay. There was a prior injunction in place though on this one, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Just double checking. Ma'am, the appointment of the public defender that occurred yesterday remains in place. At the state and public defender have stipulated to release on your own recognizance in regard to the violation of injunction for protection charge, and so I will accept that stipulation and ROR you, and I will find probable cause in regard to the aggravated stalking charge following an injunction. That's a third-degree felony we're looking at, right? Yes. So I'll set bond at $5,000 plus monitoring. You are to have no contact with the victim, and you are to abide by the terms of the prior injunction. Remain 500 feet from the event location. Anything else on this case?
No.
All right, you're excused, ma'am.
Next up, we have Wayne Andre.
I'm gonna at some point need a break.
Sure. Let's get through this.
They already did call him.
Yeah. All right, sir. You are charged with domestic violence battery on a person over 65. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this case.
Is there even probable cause?
Just a moment, sir. All right, I do find probable cause in this case. State, do you have anything to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right, bond is set at $5,000 on this case. You are to remain 500 feet from the event location. No contact with the victim, no weapons, no firearms, no alcohol, no bars. Anything else on this case? All right, you're excused. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break before the next case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
we're resuming after the short break. Call the next case.
Babbers, Norman Babbers. Favorite Babbers.
Sir, you're charged with possession of codeine, possession of drug paraphernalia in a container, and 3 failures to appear based on pretrial release. This is a case that was recalled from yesterday with the financial, the defraud cases, grand theft and fraud. And there were some additional charges that were added, so we called back up on the new cases yesterday. Sir, would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you on these additional charges?
Yes.
I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender.
Okay, I remember that now.
Okay. These are the financial charges. All right, to the extent that there is a capias that was issued on the failures to appear, you will remain in custody on that with a hearing set for, is that July 9th?
Yes, ma'am.
July 9th at 8:30. That's the robbery, grand theft, and criminal mischief charges. And then I see the financial charges. I'm not seeing the 2 new drug charges. Am I just overlooking it?
This is a breakdown from yesterday.
But there was an additional 2 drug charges on that that they needed to add in. So I'm asking where the arrest report is for those. The booking, yeah, booking, anything on those 2. Okay, thank you. All right, in regard to the possession of codeine and possession of drug paraphernalia, I will find probable cause on those 2 offenses as well. Did either party have anything to add in regards to those 2 offenses? All right, on the possession of codeine, that's a $5,000 bond, and the possession of paraphernalia, that is a, is that an M2 or an M1? M1, that's a $1,000 bond. Standard conditions of pretrial release, curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and mandatory testing at cost on those 2 offenses, but you're going to remain in custody because of the capias and because of the matters that we dealt with yesterday. Anything else on these?
No.
You're excused, sir.
Next up is going to be Raymond Bagwell.
Sir, you're charged with 1 count of domestic violence, battery, touching, or striking. Would you like to have the Office of Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
Please.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this matter. I will find probable cause in this case. Looks like you reside with the victim. Okay.
No, we do not reside together.
Do not reside together.
No.
Do you have anything to add in that regard? Okay. Then Bond will be set at $1,000. Remain 500 feet away from the event location. No weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol, and no bars.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're excused.
Next up, we have Cedric Baldwin.
Sir, you're charged with failure to maintain vehicle liability insurance and driving with a license suspended or operating it while the driver's license was suspended, canceled, or revoked. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed for you on this case?
Yes, please.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender on these new charges.
Okay.
Anything to add on these cases?
No. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Boss.
It looks like there is an open active probation case out of state on this. Just noting that for the
Right, okay,
record.
so it's out-of-state probation.
In regard to the two offenses, that's $250 bond on each. And no driving without a valid license during that time. Anything else on this case?
No, no.
All right, you are excused, sir.
Over there. Next up, we have Mr. Richard Barnett.
Mr. Barnett, you are here on a pickup order. One moment to get that pulled up. It looks like you failed to pay a $750 purge amount. You're going to remain in custody on that with a hearing to be set before that judge. You'll get notice of that if you don't pay the purge amount prior. Anything to add on this case?
I would just ask that the hearing be set on Tuesday in front of the magistrate at 1 o'clock. I mean, at 12 o'clock. It's at 12 o'clock.
All right, Tuesday will be the hearing date at noon. Anything else?
No, no.
You're excused, sir.
Next up, we have Jonathan Bell.
Sir, you're here on a failure to appear for an arraignment on a possession of alcohol open container charge. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to the extent that you don't already have a public defender or attorney on these charges?
In our Centers for Public Defender's Office, we cannot be appointed to this type of case.
Okay.
It's a municipal ordinance case, so he would be entitled to a court-appointed attorney such as Gail Cheatwood. I would note the KPS does give two options for him, either a $250 bond or he can plea it at first appearance for a $107 fine. That's on the KPS as well.
All right. State, do you have anything to add on this? Sir, you have two options on this KPS. We can take a plea right now, or, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? For a
It's $107.
$107 fine, or the bond amount can be posted. It's your choice, sir.
I guess the fine, yeah. The fine.
You want to go ahead and enter a plea today? Do you waive your right to counsel?
Yeah.
All right. Sir, please raise your right hand. Would you... Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, so you're charged with possession of alcohol in an open container. My understanding is that you're changing your plea from not guilty to guilty or no contest today?
No contest.
No contest. Did you receive any other promises, threats, or coercions other than the plea for a fine of $107 today?
No.
Do you have the capacity to make this agreement? Are you on any drugs, alcohol, or medication affecting your ability to understand?
No.
Have you ever been declared incompetent or had mental problems?
No.
Please state your age and level of education, sir.
42.
What's your level of education?
11th grade.
Can you read and write?
Yes.
You understand that you're giving up your rights to any further hearing or trial on this matter, and that the proof of the
Yeah.
allegations are then beyond and to the exclusion of any reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Right? You've given up your right to confront witnesses or to be further represented by an attorney?
No.
And you've chosen not to testify or have any other testimony considered in this matter?
No.
When you say no, you understand you're giving up those rights in order to enter the plea today?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. You're a citizen of the United States?
Yes.
State, is there a factual basis to support these charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, there is. Sir, do you understand the facts behind this charge today?
Yes.
You do. Are you pleading guilty or no contest because you believe it is in your best interest?
Yes.
Very well. All right. On that basis, I'll accept your no contest plea and enter a fine for $107. I'll adjudicate.
Are there any investigative costs?
Are there any costs on this one? I don't think so. No cost. No cost. Okay. Very well. Thank you, sir.
That's how they do stress passing and hopefully contain the charges. Next, we have Ernesto Bernal.
Sir, you are charged with driving while license suspended or revoked or the equivalent thereof. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes.
All right. I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this case. I find probable cause in regards to this offense. Anything to add from either party? All right, bond will be set at $250 on this offense. No driving without a valid license as a condition of pretrial release. Anything else?
What about the resisting and the DUI?
Oh, did we have additional charges? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Who are we on? We're on
Bernal.
Bernal. I apologize.
Okay, yeah, that's the only charge on this
I
case.
apologize. Had already moved on.
No
so
problem.
Just $250 bond on that. That's
Yes.
fine.
Yeah, you're excused, sir. Thank you.
Next, we have Jose Caraballo Maldonado.
Hey y'all, third row, long on up.
Can you repeat that name? Caraballo.
Yes, ma'am. Last name Caraballo Maldonado.
Thank you. Sir, you are charged with resisting an officer without violence and having a breath alcohol of 1.5 or higher, or having a person under 18 in the vehicle, and having no valid driver's license. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender on these charges. I will find probable cause on these offenses. Anything else to add? All right. State? All right. On the no valid driver's license charge, that'll be a $250 bond. On the resisting officer without violence, that will be a $1,000 bond, and a $1,000 bond on the breadth of 1.5 or higher with a person under 18 in the vehicle. No driving without a valid license. On this case, you will remain on the conditions of pretrial release, curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and breathalyzer at cost, no consumption of alcohol, and no bars. Anything else on this case?
No.
You're excused, sir.
We have a seat. Next, we have Glenn Kristen. Kristner.
Prisoner.
Sir, you're charged with violating an injunction against stalking to the extent that you don't have an attorney on this case. Would you like to have the Office of Public Defender appointed?
Yes, ma'am.
Provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. I'll find probable cause on this case. Does either party have anything to add?
No.
All right, sir, in regards to the new offense, the bond amount will be set at $1,000. I'm going to add GPS monitoring. You're to have no contact with the victim, abide by the terms of the injunction that's already in place, and remain 500 feet away from the event location. Anything else on this case?
No.
You're excused.
Next is Bernie Centron.
Sir, you're charged with, you're alleged to have violated the conditions of your probation in regard to possession of methamphetamine, possession or use of drug paraphernalia, and petty theft, and you are also charged with a new offense of possession of a prescription drug without a prescription. Would you like the Office of the Public Defender to be appointed to the extent that you don't already have an attorney in these matters?
Yeah.
And can you repeat that, sir?
Yeah.
You would like the Office of the Public Defender to be appointed? I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this matter. I will find probable cause in regards to the new offense. Anything to add on these cases?
No.
You're going to remain in custody on the violations of probation with hearings that are set for June 2nd at 9:30 a.m. And in regards to the new offense, that will be $250 bond on that offense, curfew 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and mandatory testing at cost. Anything else on this case?
No.
All right, you're excused, sir.
Go back here, have a seat. Next is Brandon Cole.
Sir, you're charged with possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of cannabis resin. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to you on this case?
Yeah.
All right. I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. In regards to these charges, I do find probable cause. It looks like we have an open case as well on this one with a court date in 26 MM 962.
General Sanderson, Public Defender's Office. My understanding is this started out as a summons case, and I looked at under arrest bonds, and it says he's in an ROR status as of March 4, 2026. I don't know if anything's changed from that, so I would object to any action being taken on an ROR case, if that's how it is right now, if it's under ROR.
State?
The state leaves this matter in your owner's discretion.
Thank you. Are we still in our status on this one? All right. All right, in regard to the two new offenses,
We just asked for presumptive bonds.
I will set bond on the possession of cannabis resin at $5,000 and the possession of drug paraphernalia at $1,000. All conditions of standard pretrial release, curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and mandatory testing at cost. I'll leave you on your current status in regard to the other misdemeanor case. Anything else?
No.
All right. You're excused, sir.
Next is Daryl Cumby.
All right, sir, you are charged with fleeing with disregard of safety to persons or property, driving with a license suspended or revoked as a habitual traffic offender, and reckless driving. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to you in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. Anything to add on this case? All right, can you go back to the first? Sir, you have an extensive criminal driving history, and I will find probable cause in regard to these offenses. In regard to the, what's the offense level on that driving with a license suspended or revoked, state?
Yes, Your Honor. HTO F3.
That's an F3 as well. All right, based on your extensive history, I'm going to set bond at $20,000 on the driving with a license suspended or revoked habitual, as well as $20,000 on the fleeing with disregard of safety to persons. In regards to the reckless driving first offense, I will set bond at $1,000. You are to have no driving without a valid license, remain on all conditions of pretrial release, curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., breathalyzer and drug testing at cost, no consuming of any alcohol of any kind, and I'm going to add GPS monitoring. Anything else in this case?
I didn't understand what she said.
You're excused.
I didn't understand that's what she said, ma'am. About what? No, about the
You're excused, sir.
about the pretrial release.
You're
No.
All right, next up is Daniel Cruz.
all right, sir. You are charged with possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, possession of a concealed weapon by a convicted felon, as well as allegations of violation of probation for prior charges of burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, petty theft in the first degree, and possession of methamphetamine, as well as use or possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you on these new charges, or to the extent you don't already have counsel?
Yeah, I'd like to present the,
All right,
yeah.
I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this case. Looks like we also have an open pretrial release case of 26 CF 1114 on this.
I'm sorry, what was the case number again?
26 CF 1114.
That's one of the cases, that's the case he's.
That's the case he's
violating.
VOP'd on?
That's the VOP case.
Okay, there must have been a second because it said, I got it marked as a Parker.
It's not. so off. Shirts so off.
In regard to the new offenses, I'm going to find probable cause on those. The possession of drug paraphernalia, anything to add on any of those offenses, by the way, the new offenses?
No, you're not just trying to clarify that he really is on probation.
Right, I know, that's why I just thought I would.
I just wanted to, again, my computer's not going fast for some reason today, so I was
No
just trying to
problem.
verify.
Take a minute to clarify.
Or if the clerks could please look it up as to when he was put on probation.
He was put on probation on 4/10/26.
I couldn't hear anything.
April 10th, 2026.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sir, your probation is going to be revoked on those cases, and you'll remain in custody on those with a hearing set for June 23rd, 2026. In regards to the new charges, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of methamphetamine, and possession of a concealed weapon by a convicted felon. On the paraphernalia, that will be a $1,000 bond. On the possession of methamphetamine, that will be a $5,000 bond. And on the possession of a concealed weapon, that will be a $10,000 bond. There will be all the standard conditions of pretrial release, curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and mandatory testing. But you'll remain in custody on the violation. Anything else on this case?
No.
You're excused.
Have a seat. Next, we have Cornelius Davis.
Sir, you are charged with 1 count of domestic violence, battery, touching, or striking. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
Correct.
Repeat yourself, sir.
Yes.
Yes, all right, I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this case. Looks like we also have an open case in this one, 25 CF 8841. It's just bond, okay. In regards to the new offense, sir, I will find that there is probable cause. Does either party have anything to add?
I believe he has the same address in the new case, so I'd ask for one time of law enforcement to get his items.
All right, on the new offense, I will set bond at $1,000. You stay 500 feet from the event location, no weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol, and no bars. You may return to the event location one time within 48 hours with the accompaniment of law enforcement in order to obtain your belongings. And then, where were we on that bond case?
He has open bonds.
He has open bonds. You need to revoke on all of it. Is that all one case? All right. Your bond in your other case is revoked with a hearing set for June 12th, 2026 at 8:30.
I thought he had a court, this is the 8841 case, right? Is that?
His court date on the
That court date is 26.
That's on 5/26.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry. It is on May 26th.
Yeah, that's this coming Tuesday. I just wanted to make sure he didn't lose that court date. He has,
It remains in place.
he has Amanda Peterson as his attorney on that case.
Yes. All right. Anything else on this case? You're excused, sir.
Next, we have Charles Ducky.
Sir, you're charged with driving under the influence. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. This appears to have a prior DUI. I will find probable cause on this offense. Anything to add by either party?
No, Your Honor.
All right. This is a $250 bond, sir. You will remain on all the standard conditions of pretrial release, no driving without a valid license, curfew 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., breathalyzer and drugs testing at cost, and no consuming any alcohol and no bars. Anything else? You're excused, sir.
Right here, have a seat. Good, come up right here, have a seat. Okay. Next, we have Andrew Feldman.
Sir, you're charged with 1 count of domestic violence, battery, touching, or striking. Would you like to have the Office of Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this case. I do find probable cause on this offense. Does either party have anything that they want to add in this regard to this case?
Only this, the same address.
All right. Sir, on this offense, you will have bond in the amount of $1,000. You are to remain 500 feet from the event location, no weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol, no bars. Within 48 hours, you may return once to the location if accompanied by law enforcement to collect your belongings. Anything else? You're excused, sir.
Next is Adam Floyd.
Sir, you're charged with resisting an officer without violence and petty theft. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender on this case. Looks like we have an open bond case 26 CF 4787. So I will find probable cause on the new offense. New offenses. Anything to add in regard to the new offenses?
He's asked for reasonable bonds. I'm sorry, what was the case number of the one?
26 CF 4787. There's active bonds on the offenses and that. In regard to the resisting without violence, that will be a $250 bond amount, and in regard to the petty theft, that will be a $1,000 bond amount, but I revoke your bond in the other case. When's the next hearing set on that?
That one is set for 6/16 arraignment.
Okay, you'll have an arraignment in that case on June 16th.
Your Honor, I would ask the public defender to be appointed on that case. I don't believe he has an attorney on that case at this time.
I will appoint the public defender provisionally on that case as well.
Next is Stephen Fussell.
Sir, you're charged with domestic violence, battery, touching, or striking. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this case. I find probable cause exists in this case. Anything to add by either party? All right, this will be a $1,000 bond amount, sir. You're to remain 500 feet from the event location. No weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, and no alcohol and no bars.
What?
I think they have the same address. I don't remember if I asked.
Bring him back for just a minute.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
You may return to the event location one time within 48 hours in the company of law enforcement to collect your belongings.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, you're excused.
Bradley Hildenbrand.
Mr. Hildenbrand, you are charged with possession of drug paraphernalia, a smoking device, and possession of methamphetamine. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this case. I find probable cause on these charges. Anything to add by either party?
No.
All right, sir, on the possession of methamphetamine, bond will be set at $5,000, and on the possession of drug paraphernalia, bond will be set at $1,000. You're going to remain on all standard conditions of pretrial release, curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and mandatory testing at cost. Anything else on this case?
No.
All right, you're excused.
Devin Hobbs.
Sir, you are charged with resisting an officer without violence. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. I'll find probable cause in this case. Does either party have anything to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, bond will be set in the amount of $1,000. Standard conditions of pretrial release. Otherwise, anything else?
No.
You may be excused.
Clyde Hutchinson.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. I do a probable cause challenge on both charges.
Sir, you're charged with possession of cannabis and possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed in this case?
Yes.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this case.
Thank you. I have a cause challenge on both counts. Let's see. It just says presumptive positive for marijuana. It doesn't say that the THC level is greater than 0.03% THC to verify it is actually marijuana as opposed to hemp. So I do have a probable cause challenge on both charges.
State.
The state would request 24 hours to amend, Your Honor.
All right, I'll give the state 24 hours to come back on this case. You're excused. You'll be back tomorrow, sir.
Just before he's excused.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure that he still has the presumptive bonds of 1,000 on each charge. If he wanted to bond, did he already leave?
Bring him back.
He's president, Your Honor. He can hear you.
I just want, some people don't want to wait in jail 24 hours. I just want to make sure that he knows he has the presumptive bonds of $1,000 on each count. And then if there is no new report tomorrow, then tomorrow he would be released on his own recognizance, but it's up to him.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're excused now. Next
Marshall
case.
Johnson.
Sir, you're charged with DUI, alcohol, or drugs, and refusal to submit to a breath alcohol test. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I do see active probation in Dade City on this case, just noting that for the record. All right, in reviewing this case, I do find probable cause. Anything to add on either of these charges?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that will be bond amounts of $250 on each of these offenses, sir. You are to have all standard conditions of pretrial release, no driving without a valid license, curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and mandatory drug and alcohol testing at cost, and no consumption of alcohol and no bars. Anything else on this case?
No.
All right, you're excused, sir.
Darian Johnson.
Sir, you're charged with new counts of domestic violence, battery, touching, or striking, and you are also alleged to have violated your probation on prior charges of carrying a concealed firearm, misdemeanor possession of cannabis, and use or possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed in these matters to the extent that you don't already have counsel?
Yes.
Yes, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in these cases. In regard to the new offense of domestic violence, I will find probable cause in this case. Anybody have anything to add in regard to either BOPs or this? All right, in regard to the new offense, that will be a $1,000 bond amount. You will remain 500 feet from the event location, no weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, and no alcohol or no bars. The probation is, you'll remain in custody on the violations of probation offenses until the hearings on those, which looks to be set for June 22nd, 2026. All right, anything else on this case? You're excused, sir.
Patrice Jordan.
Sir, you're charged with domestic violence battery, touching or striking, and domestic violence battery by strangulation. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you on these matters?
Yes.
I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. I'll find probable cause on these cases. Does either party have anything to add on the DV matters?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Based on that, I'll set bond on the domestic violence by strangulation at $5,000 and the domestic violence battery at $1,000. To remain 500 feet from the event location, no weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol, and no bars. Anything else to add on this case?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused, sir.
Thomas Lindenberry.
Sir, you're charged with possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this case. Sir, I find probable cause regarding these charges. Does either party have anything to add in regard to these offenses?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
All right, in regards to possession of drug paraphernalia, bond is set at the amount of $1,000. In regard to the possession of methamphetamine, bond is set at $5,000. All the standard conditions of pretrial release. You are also to have curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and mandatory testing at cost. Anything else on these cases?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused.
Your Honor, we can call it the priest Jordan back. He said he actually lives with the victim.
Yeah, we're homeless, but we do like stay together when we get a hotel room and stuff. So she still do have my things though.
You'll have to take that up with your public defender at this point.
Your Honor, if I could, since this case has been called, if the state could have 24 hours to file a motion.
On the Johnson case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Which one?
That wasn't Johnson. That was Jordan.
On Jordan?
We already did Jordan.
Okay.
Well, never mind.
All right.
This is Preston Locke.
Okay, Locke. Okay.
Sir, you're charged with possession of drug paraphernalia, trafficking amphetamine or methamphetamine, unregistered failure to register a motor vehicle, operating a motorcycle without license, and driving with a license suspended or revoked. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed for you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender for you in this case. I find probable cause in this case. Anything to add by either party? Was this the case you went to move for something on?
No.
Okay, just clarifying. Thank you. All right, in regard to operating a motorcycle without a license, as well as the unregistered failure to register a motor vehicle, Both of those will be $250 bond amounts. In regards to trafficking amphetamine or methamphetamine, there is a bond amount of, excuse me, of $10,000. And in regards to the possession of drug paraphernalia, there's a bond amount of $1,000. In regard, the standard conditions of pretrial release, curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and mandatory testing at cost. Anything else on this case?
No, no.
All right, you're excused.
Jason Lopez.
Sir, you're charged with possession of cannabis, not more than 20 grams, contributing to the delinquency or dependency of a minor, resisting an officer without violence, possession of drug paraphernalia, and interference with custody of a minor or incompetent person. Would you like the Office of the Public Defender to be appointed to you in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. In regard to these offenses, I do find probable cause. Does either party have anything to add?
No, no.
All right, in regard to these cases then, in the possession of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia, resisting an officer without violence, and contributing to the delinquency of a minor, those each are subject to $1,000 bond. In regard to the charge of interfering with custody of a minor or incompetent person, bond is set at $5,000. In addition, there will be no contact with the child in any circumstance in this case, and standard conditions of probation and standard conditions of pretrial release, curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and mandatory testing at cost. Anything else on this case? All right, you're excused.
David Maldonado.
Sir, you're charged with, or you're here on affidavits of violation of probation, resisting or obstructing an officer without violence, use or possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of amphetamine. To the extent you don't already have counsel appointed, would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed on this case?
You know, he has Randall Blankenship, and I did email Mr. Blankenship yesterday because he wanted to reset for Mr. Blankenship to be here.
Yes.
But I don't know if Mr. Blankenship's here or not, but I think it needs to go to the next court date at this point.
Is Mr. Blankenship here?
I do not see him on virtually, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you're going to remain in custody until the next court date. That will be June 22nd, 2026 at 8:30. Next case.
Emmanuel Maldonado, Your Honor, he won't be able to attend. He wasn't feeling well and had to return back to the building.
All right, we'll set that up for tomorrow. Next case.
This is Milton May.
Sir, you're charged with resisting an officer without violence, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of methamphetamine. Would you like to have the Office of the Polk Defender appointed to represent you in these matters?
Sure.
Can you repeat that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will appoint provisionally the Office of the Public Defender in these cases, in these charges. I will find probable cause in regard to these offenses. Anything that either party has to add? All right, in regard to the resisting an officer without violence and the possession of drug paraphernalia, the bond is set at $1,000. In regard to the possession of methamphetamine, bond is set at $5,000. You are to have all standard conditions of pretrial release, as well as curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and mandatory drug testing at cost. Anything else in this case?
No.
All right, you're excused, sir.
Arnold McFarland.
Sir, you're charged with trespass of an occupied structure or conveyance. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case? Sir?
Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this case. I'll find probable cause. Does either party have anything else to add?
I paid it.
All right, bond is set at $1,000 in this case. Do not return to the event location. Anything else? You're excused, sir.
Aram Muhammad.
Sir, you're charged with DUI, alcohol, or drugs. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
I never used a drug all of my life.
Sir,
Yes.
don't talk to me about the facts of your case. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
Told me because I used drug all of my life. Yes, I just drink alcohol, never use it.
Sir, would you like
Yeah.
to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you today in this hearing?
An attorney, yes or no?
Do you need an interpreter, sir?
No. Yes, please, if you have, I speak English, about, about just a problem is that I confuse it with, do you say, about the drug. I never used a drug all of my life.
That's just a
Oh,
statement of
yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am,
charges.
yes.
Sir,
Yes,
sir.
my honor, yes, your honor,
All
yes,
right,
yes.
then I'm going to provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this matter. Upon review, I will find probable cause in this case. Does either party have anything to add? Then bond will be set at $1,000. You are subject to all standard conditions of pretrial release, no driving without a valid driver's license, curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., breathalyzer test at cost, and no consumption of alcohol and no bars. Anything else? You're excused, sir.
Thank you.
Romeo Newkirk.
Sir, you're charged with operating a motor vehicle with no registration and operating while your driver's license was suspended, canceled, or revoked, second or subsequent conviction. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in these matters?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this case. On review, I find probable cause as to each offense. Does either party have anything to add?
No.
All right, in regards to the expired motor vehicle registration charge, the bond amount will be $250. In regards to the driving with a suspended license or revoked, that will be a $1,000 bond amount. No driving without a valid license as a condition of pretrial release. Anything else in this case? You're excused, sir.
Getting killed for Heroes Garcia.
Sir, you are charged with 1 count of domestic violence, battery, touching, or striking. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this case, and on review, I will find probable cause. Does either party have anything to add in this case?
Only they have the same address, Your Honor.
All right, sir, the bond in this case will be set at $1,000. You are subject to all the standard conditions of pretrial release as well as curfew from 6 p. Excuse me. You are to remain 500 feet from the event location. No weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol, and no bars. If you would like to return home within 48 hours to obtain your belongings, you must do so. You can do so one time, and it must be in the company of law enforcement. Anything else in this case?
No.
All right, you're excused.
Kyle Randall.
Sir, you are charged with 1 count of domestic violence, battery, touching, or striking, as well as allegations of violation of probation for prior offenses of possession of a firearm, possession of cocaine, and felony possession of cannabis. To the extent you do not already have counsel appointed, would you like to have counsel appointed in regard to these matters?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in these cases. In regards to the new offense, I will find probable cause. Anything to add in regards to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then on that offense, the bond will be set at $1,000. You are to remain 500 feet from the event location, no contact with the victim, no weapon, no firearm, no alcohol, and no bars. And you are also subject to remain in custody on the violations of probation until the next scheduled hearing, which is June 22nd, 2026 at 8:15. Anything else in these cases?
Your Honor, I forgot to mention, they do have the same address. I know he's got the no bond hold on the VOP, but they do have the same
All right,
address.
to the extent that you are subject to any pretrial release, they return one time to the home in the along with law enforcement within 48 hours to obtain your belongings.
We don't have the same address, but okay.
But it has the same address and affidavit.
All right, next case.
I'm gonna call 2 out of order if you don't mind, Your Honor. 1, Scott.
Sir, you're charged with domestic violence, battery, touching, or striking. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this matter. I'll find probable cause. Anything that either party would like to add on this?
Just that they have the same address.
Very well. The bond on this charge, sir, after finding probable cause is $1,000. You're to remain 500 feet from the event location. No weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol, or no bars. If you need to return to get your belongings, you must do so within 48 hours and in the company of law enforcement. Anything else?
No.
You're excused.
Russell Thompson.
Sir, you're charged with domestic violence, battery on a person over 65. To that, in regard to this charge, would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
Yes.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this matter. In regards to the offense, I will find probable cause. Any party have anything to add in regards to this case?
No, Your Honor.
You know, I didn't have an affidavit for this, so I'll have to defer to the court whether they have the same address or not.
Great.
No.
He said they do not live together, Your Honor.
All right. In regards to this case, bond is set, I find probable cause, bond is set at $5,000 on the offense. You are to remain 500 feet from the event location, no weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, and no alcohol and no bars.
Okay.
Anything else on this case?
No.
All right, you're excused, sir.
Rafael Rincon Rosario.
It's under RIN,
RINCON.
All right, sir, you are charged with no valid driver's license, with no driver's license having ever been issued. Would you like to have the Office of the State Attorney appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this case. I will find probable cause exists in this case. Does either party have anything else to add?
No, Your Honor.
Bond is set at $250. You have no history, so no driving, standard condition of pretrial release other than additionally no driving without a valid license, and you are excused, sir.
Is he just getting straight pretrial release or is he getting bond?
No, he got bond.
Oh, he got both? Okay.
Yep.
This is Oscar Rios.
Sir, you're charged with no valid driver's license, with no driver's license having ever been issued. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this case. To the extent of having reviewed this, I will find probable cause in this case, and I will set bond at $250 in regards to this case, but I will then note that you do appear to be subject to ICE having placed a hold, so you will remain in custody subject to that hold. Anything else in this case?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You're excused, sir.
Daniel Rivera.
Sir, you're charged with operating while driver's license is suspended, canceled, or revoked, use or display of a firearm during a felony offense, 2 counts, possession of firearm by a convicted felon, 2 counts, domestic violence, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill, domestic violence, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill, and tampering with physical evidence. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this case. I think we have the right information pulled up on this one. Here we go. All right, in regards to this case, I will find probable cause. Does either party have anything to add in regard to the charges on these offenses?
No, Your Honor.
See,
No, Your Honor.
all right, in regard to the 2 counts of use, display of a firearm during a felony, as well as the 2 counts of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, in addition to finding probable cause, those will be subject to $15,000 bond as to each of those 4 counts. In regard to the domestic violence count with aggravated assault, both counts of that will be subject to $10,000 bond each. And in regards to tampering with physical evidence, that will be a $5,000 bond. In addition to that, you are to have no weapons, no firearms. You may have no contact with the victim, remain 500 feet from the event location, no alcohol, and no bars.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else on this case?
I apologize. Was the bond $250 on the driving charge?
Oh, yes, on the driving charge, the bond is set at $250, no driving without a valid license. Anything else on this case?
No.
You're excused, sir.
Devarius Robinson.
Sir, you're charged with possession of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of oxycodone. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this case. In regards to these offenses, I will find probable cause. Does either party have anything to add in regards to these cases? All right, in regard to the possession of oxycodone, bond is set at $5,000. In regard to possession of drug paraphernalia, bond is set at $1,000. And in regard to possession of cannabis, bond is set at $1,000. You are to abide by the other conditions, standard conditions of pretrial release, curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and mandatory testing at cost.
I work overnight from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
right, I'll modify that condition to say that you're subject to that curfew with the exception of going to and from your employment. Any other matters? You're excused, sir.
Antonio Slater, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you're charged with causing a child to be delinquent, dependent, or needy, and disorderly conduct. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes, Mel.
Can you repeat yourself, sir?
Yes, Mel.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this case. In regard to these offenses, I will find probable cause. Is there any additional information to be provided by either party on this matter?
No, no.
All right, in regard to the disorderly conduct, that will be a $250 bond, and in regard to the causing a child to be delinquent, dependent, or needy, that will be a $1,000 bond. In addition, you're to have no contact with the child.
May I ask who the child is?
Now, no questions about the facts of your case. You're excused, sir, unless there's something else. From the...
Charles Stewart.
All right, Mr. Stewart, you are charged with possession or use of narcotic paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this matter.
Yes, ma'am.
In regard to, it looks like we have open bond in 26 CT 2588 and 26 CT 2516 in this case. Thank you. And in regard to these offenses, I will find probable cause. Does either party have anything to add in regard to either of these offenses?
No.
All right, in regard to the possession or use of narcotic paraphernalia, the bond is set at $1,000. In regard to possession of methamphetamine, bond is set at $5,000. All the other standard conditions of pretrial release, curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and mandatory testing. Now, where are we on the bond status on these cases?
I have 26 CT 2588. What's the second one?
Go back to that. 2516.
That belongs to a
26 CT 2516.
He's booked in.
Actually, under
He's booked in under Anthony Horton's case on LLL, which in confession is that.
So just 26 CT 2588.
Full affidavit of second offense. You can't, under his name. So you can't have two of the same charges, especially under a different name, with a different sense of blackmail, blackmail, I don't know, they just got.
Okay, in regard to 26 CT 2588, we'll revoke bond on that case, subject, what's the next hearing date?
next hearing is May 28th.
Subject to hearing on May 28th in that offense, but the additional case that's listed does not belong to you, so that will just be the 26 CT 2588. All right, sir, you're excused.
The next one, Nathaniel Toothman, Your Honor. The housing informed us that he was uncooperative.
Is he a return from yesterday?
Yeah, this is another one we've had before, maybe, at least yesterday, maybe the day before that, I don't remember.
All right, then we're going to go ahead and call this case in his absence and provisionally appoint the public defender in this case. fleeing to elude, driving with a license suspended and operating canceled or revoked, possession of meth, possession of drug paraphernalia, and grand theft of a motor vehicle. There's an open case, 25 MM 2497.
That's covered up as issues.
In regard to the new offenses, I will find probable cause. Do you have anything you wanted to add on these?
I'm just trying to find out the open case, I'm sorry.
I show that this case has a capias.
There's a capias.
Let me see what's going on with that. See, something happened on... It says an ROR to remain outstanding for that case on June 10th, 2025. So if there's an ROR capias, I would just ask that he be served with the ROR capias if he hasn't already.
Any objection, State? All right, well, in regard to that case, then we will serve him with the ROR capias if he has not already been. In regard to the new offenses, having found probable cause, in regard to the possession of methamphetamine, bond will be set in at the amount of $5,000, and the possession of drug paraphernalia, bond is set in the amount of $1,000. And in regard to, let's get back to the other charges. In regard to the traffic offenses, driving while license suspended or revoked, bond is set in the amount of $5,000, and in regard to the fleeing reckless disregard for safety, bond is set in the amount of $10,000. No standard conditions of pretrial release, curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., mandatory drug testing at cost. Additionally, driving without a valid license, breathalyzer, and no consumption of alcohol. Anything else in this case?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused.
That was a name. David Wilcox is next.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the name on that?
David Wilcox.
Wilcox. Sir, you're charged with resisting an officer without violence. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this matter. In regard to these offenses, I will find probable cause. Does either party have anything else to add in regards to these offenses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then I will set bond in the amount of $1,000. And any other matters?
No, Your Honor.
You're excused, sir.
Jeremiah Wilson.
Sir, you're charged with false imprisonment, domestic violence, as well as there are affidavits of violation of probation for prior offenses of burglary of an unoccupied conveyance and petty theft. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you to the extent you do not already have counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this case. It appears that in regard to the new offenses, I will find probable cause. Does either party have anything to add in regards to these offenses?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, in regard to the false imprisonment, the bond is set at $5,000. You must stay 500 feet from the event location. No weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol, and no bars. The probation affidavit, you will remain in custody until the next hearing date, which is June 22nd at 8:30 a.m. Anything else on this case? You're excused, sir.
Thank you so much.
Last one is Daniel Yo.
Senator Smith, Public Defender's Office. I would like to note he's been booked in on somebody else's charge. He's here for 4 charges. I would point out the no valid driver's license charge has the name of Anthony Horton on the affidavit. So I would ask that he be ROR'd on the no valid driver's license charge of no probable cause, because that's somebody else, Anthony Lewis Horton, who's a black male, born 8/10 of 1980, and that's not who we have before the court, so that's clearly not him. I don't know. The problem is, I guess, this inadvertently got in the stack and they just added it to him. I'm sure it was just an inadvertent mistake. As far as the charges that really are his, I would ask for, I do have a qualified challenge on the driving license and revoke charge for it being a second offense opposed to first. I didn't see any, unless I missed it, I didn't see any prior conviction for driving in his affidavit, and that's all.
Sir, you're charged with possession of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia, driving with a license suspended or revoked, second offense, and no valid driver's license. Would you like to have the Office of the Public Defender appointed to represent you provisionally in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
You would not?
I want to get my own
You want to get
attorney.
your own attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Very well, sir. Would you like this matter to be set off for 24 hours so you have time to talk to your own attorney? Or do you want to proceed today?
I had to get an attorney first, Your Honor.
Okay, so, and you can either choose to proceed pro se, or we can provisionally appoint the public defender, and then you can still hire your own counsel later.
Okay, so if I go for probation officer, I can always go get my own lawyer, correct?
You can. Would you like to provisionally
Yes,
appoint the
ma'am.
office?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Yes,
I will
ma'am.
provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender in this case. State, do you have anything to add in regards to the no valid driver's license charge?
The state would request 24 hours to amend, Your Honor.
You know, I would ask as to, this is not his charge, so I would ask for ROR on that.
I see what you're saying. I got confused on which one. Yeah, the state has no position.
Okay, as to the no valid driver's license, I will ROR you finding no probable cause. And then next, I'm anticipating your next question. Go ahead.
Yeah, the state would ask for 24 hours.
All right. In regard to the other charges, the state is going to have 24 hours to amend, and then we will see you again tomorrow. So,
Hold on, just one moment. That's just on I didn't have a challenge on the cannabis and the paraphernalia.
Okay.
Is that would only be?
that would only be as to the driver's license suspended and revoked.
Just
You
the
wanna
one charge.
Go ahead and impose bond as to the other two.
Yeah, I would just ask that bonds remain intact on the ones he already has bonds for.
Okay, I'll find probable cause on the possession of cannabis and possession of drug paraphernalia, with bond amounts set at $1,000 on both of those. Standard conditions of pretrial release, curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and mandatory testing at cost. And we'll come back tomorrow on the driver's driving with a license suspended or revoked.
And he still has the $1,000 provisional bond on the
The
driving
1,000
charge.
provisional remains on that for the
Thank you.
next 24 hours. Any other matters on this case? All right, you're excused, sir. Do we have any others to call?
I hope not.
That's everybody that we know of, Your Honor.
All right. Very well. The matter is, course concluded today. Thank you.